Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. So friends, in this video I have covered Python from completely basics to intermediate. If you refer this video completely, you will be able to self-code. If you refer this video completely, I have teach you that how to code yourself. You will be understanding the concepts very well and you will be able to having the capability to write your code by yourself. You will be getting that much of capable, and the advanced session will be covered very soon. Until then, do refer this video completely. I'll be even providing the timestamps so that you can skip the installation part if you have already installed Python completely. Even I have provided Anaconda installation also in this. So check out the video completely and refer the concepts whichever required to you all. So now let's not waste our time. Let's dive into the topic. About what is Python and why is it so famous. Firstly, let us see Wikipedia definition. Python is a high-level interpreted general-purpose programming language. Its design philosophy emphasizes code reusability. So I guess by referring all this history and also by reading about this only, I guess you will lose the interest to learn Python. So let me make it simple for you if you are a beginner. Python is a high-level programming language which is easy compared to C, C++, or even Java. Python is a user-friendly language. You can learn it easily and faster compared to other languages. So it was designed by Guido van Rossum. So he is the founder of Python. However, it was invented on late 90s. It first came into appearance on 1991. So I guess this small information is enough if you are a beginner or a programmer who want to know about Python. So let me tell you why is it so popular. It is so popular because of its easy user interface and the library files available in Python. There are plenty of library files available in Python. Now let me show you all an example. So you guys can see hello world program in C. So header file, main function, and then open flower braces and then code to get one line of output. Same as even in C++ also. But guess what? In Python, one line of code and then one line of output. Not only this, even I have another example for you all. So sorting of integers in ascending to descending order. So you guys can see in C++ how much lengthy code it is to just get the output of this one line of code. But in Python, you can see here just 3 to 4 lines, maximum 3 to 4 lines, data frame and then list, and then you have used a sort function. So to get this one line of output, nearly 3 to 4 lines are enough. So there are multiple IDEs available in market. Firstly, let me tell you all what is an IDE. So an IDE is an integrated development environment, so which is used to learn programming or else to execute programming of multiple programming languages. So these are the IDEs which can be used for Python or which is capable of Python: Visual Studio Code, Jupyter Notebook, PyCharm, Sublime Text Editor, Google Colab, and then even Python default editor. You can use whichever you like. I would recommend you all Visual Studio Code if you are a beginner, because in Visual Studio Code, while typing the code and also while executing the code, it will show you an error if it is occurred. So that facility is not available in all this. So if you are a beginner, please go with Visual Studio Code. There are more than 50% of users use Python in their domain. It is gradually increasing. Now you all might ask me, okay, fine, Python seems to be interesting. Who can use it or in which domain? It is used by data scientists, data analysts, and even web developers or Android developers, or an AI engineer, machine learning engineer, or else a deep learning engineer or a data engineer in their day-to-day life. So you can even automate the task and even create the APIs using artificial intelligence and Python. These are the trending and high paying jobs in 2022. So if you ask me, is it worth? Then I would definitely say yes, Python is worth in learning in 2022. It depends on your understanding and your capability, how fast you're gonna learn it. So I have even created an article of the detailed view and explanation of Python. The link, we are gonna say like how to install Python, and there is an error while installing Python from the official python.org. So you can install, firstly you can install Python from in two ways in Windows. One is you can either directly install Python from python.org, and in downloads you can check the latest version which is available. So here you can see the previous version, whichever version you like and whichever version is capable for your system, you can install it. So one option is you can directly install Python from python.org. So another option is you can install Python from Microsoft Store. So you can see a Python 3.9, 10, 7, 8. So whichever version is capable for you, you can directly install from Microsoft Store also. So I have already installed Python from, so you can check here, Python 3.10.4 latest version from python.org. So, like some apps accept the Python which is installed from Microsoft Store. So I have not installed from Microsoft Store, and some other apps does not recognize or does not accept the software like Python 3.10, which is from Microsoft Store. It does not recognize, an error pops out. So to solve that, I recommend you to directly install Python from python.org. So if you this official in this official web page, whichever Python version you install, that would be capable for all the frameworks and other databases. So I recommend you to install from python.org itself. So now the error is like I have installed from python.org and I have executed it. It's running at the background, but the error comes at when it is running at the background. But when you check for the Python whether it is running or not, so you can see the error that Python was not found. I have already executed it. It's running at the background, but it is saying Python was not found. Even if you check the PIP package manager, whether it is there or not, it shows that PIP was not found. Yeah, it shows that PIP was not found. Yeah, PIP not recognized. So to solve this, what we can do is we have two ways. One is you can either directly redirect to app data using the Windows plus R command shortcut key. You can check for the app data folder, or you can directly like redirect using your personal the PC, whichever files and wherever you have stored. So go to local. In local, you can check that programs. Where are the programs? Programs file. In programs, you can see Python. So yeah, mine is Python 3.10. So you can see it here. So now what you have to do is you have to copy this path, and you can either like select the PC, and you can either go for properties and advanced settings and environment variables, or you have one more option. You can directly search for environment variables in the Windows search option. So yeah, you can see environment variables, edit system environment variables. So in environment variables, you can see a system variables, the second option. In system variables, select the path and select on edit. Now you are gonna add that path to this system variables. So add it to this environment variable and paste it, save. And yeah, you have to add one more. So yeah, you need to go to that Windows app data. So Now the Python works at background. You have to add one more path so that Python any error does not occur while you are typing the script or checking for the script. So select the scripts and copy this path. Go to environment variable. Same again. Select that same path. Edit. New. Paste that path which you have copied previously. Paste. Okay. Now, so if we go to command prompt, now you can see my Python, it's recognized successfully, Python 3.10.4, and even the pip list command should work. Why is my system slow? So yeah, pip list command should work now. Oh yeah, you can see what all are the packages you have installed. You can check it here. So now the Python is working successfully on my device, which I have officially installed from python.org website. So friends, that's all for today's video. So I'll be regularly uploading the videos related to Python and other technological related videos. So kindly do subscribe my channel and support me and encourage me to do more videos regarding the Python or any other technological related videos. Thank you. That's all for today's video. We are going to see how to install Anaconda distribution and the commands to install or uninstall packages in Anaconda prompt. So Anaconda prompt commands are different compared to command prompt. So we'll see about that also. Before that, do like, share, and subscribe my channel. And also here my LinkedIn, GitHub, and Instagram and Medium account links are available. You can click on that and you can follow me. So let us move to the topic. Go to any web browser and search for Anaconda distribution. So yeah, Anaconda distribution web page. So this is capable for Windows, Mac, and even Linux. So you can download it for anything. So first download it. Downloaded 594 MB. For you to download. You can even check out this video to get started with Anaconda distribution. However, I'll show you all in this video itself. So Anaconda distribution is mainly used to by data scientists to train the models or else to write a complicated code because Python and R program are combination in Anaconda distribution. So it is mostly used by them to train the model or to analyze. Many tools are available in Anaconda distribution. I'll show you all further. Within this download, so if you all haven't downloaded Medium, do download Medium. Also follow me on Medium. You can also write articles in Medium, and if your articles get published, even you can also earn money from Medium by writing articles. So do check out Medium. And I have published 3 articles until now. Do check out these articles and follow me on Medium. It's about to get downloaded. And yeah, do check out my previous videos. So here you have how to install Python and intro of Python for beginners, and how to install PIP and how to use command prompt, and also how to install VS Code. So check out all these videos. Very soon we are gonna start a Python tutorial. So do check out all this and be ready. So let us. Yeah, it got downloaded. So now click on this software. Getting verified. Yeah, so it's Anaconda 3 for 64 bits setup. So you can download whichever version is capable for you. Click on agree. Just me is the path. So copy this path for further use. Where and click on install. Depends on your laptop RAM and your GPUs. So if your laptop RAM is slow, you have to wait for more time, and your processor also. So if your laptop RAM and GPU is slow, wait for some time. Don't think that it is lagged or it is not getting installed. It will definitely get installed. It's a large file, so it will take more time to get installed. Even it took for me 10 to 15 minutes. I have skipped that time. So after completing installation, you will see this interface. Then click on next. Again, click on next. Then finish. Get this one. If you want, you can sign into this, or else you can leave it. No problem. Now let me open Anaconda and show you all. So it's Anaconda Navigator. You can see it. Yeah, it started taking time, like setting itself. It's initializing itself. It will take more time while you're opening it for the first time. Yeah. So we have came to Anaconda application navigator. So you can see here what and all you have. You have Anaconda command prompt and data load, online data analysis tool. It is for coding and also for storing everything in cloud. Then we have Jupyter Labs and even many more tools. You can check out it. So it's loading the packages from my application which I have previously installed from Python and other applications. So you have Jupyter Notebook in this also, and Spider VS Code you can launch directly from here. And R programming, who are interested to learn R programming can download this one, Anaconda prompt. Now let me show you all Anaconda prompt now. Command prompt. You can see Anaconda prompt, Anaconda 3. For this, normally in command prompt we use PIP, but in Anaconda we have to use Conda. Conda version 4.12. You can see here now Conda packages. Conda list. It is Conda list. All commands are same, but in that you are going to use PIP in command prompt. In Anaconda, you are going to use Conda. You can see here, these all are the default libraries which will be installed while you are installing Anaconda itself. If you are going to install Anaconda, you don't need to install NumPy, Pandas, and other data science libraries separately, because maximum libraries will get installed by default while you are installing the Anaconda prompt itself. If you are not using Anaconda prompt, then you have to install separately from PIP packages on command prompt. You can see here NumPy extension, prompt kit, SQLite. You can see here. So some default applications and default library files will get installed in Conda prompt. So you don't need to again install it. Now let me show you all the tools which are available in Anaconda Navigator. So you have Jupyter Notebook. Let me launch the Jupyter Notebook and show you all. It's taking time. Yeah, so it got launched. You can see here. Yeah. So you can see here, these are the codes which I have written previously. So let us check whether it's working or not. So it got connected to Python 3, which is by default in Anaconda prompt. So it's, let me execute this code and show you all. Right. Okay, it's float 1.6. So it is a float data type. So you got the output. It means that Anaconda prompt is successfully working. PIP or PIP. PIP stands for Preferred Installer Program. It is a package manager or installer for Python. So I guess you guys might have heard about NumPy, Pandas, Keras, or some other library files. These all library files can be installed easily with the help of pip. So these library files can even be installed from Chrome or any other browser. So it is a very big process. You have to go to that library file official web page. You have to install the compressed version file. You have to unzip it and you have to copy that file and paste it in the Python folder, and you have to run it. It is a very big time taking process. But if you have pip installed in your laptop or PC, you can just install or uninstall these packages with the help of just one line of command. So I'll show you all how to do this in this video itself in a couple of minutes. Before that, a file named Bootstrap should be installed in your laptop or PC. If you have installed Python properly, it would be pre-installed in your laptop. Or else you have two options. Either you can install it with the help of this command which I have provided in my article using command prompt, or you can reinstall the Python. I recommend you all to reinstall the Python because if this is missing, I guess there are some other softwares might be missing. So it is better if you reinstall Python. So now let me show you all how to install pip in your Windows. So I have already installed pip in my Windows. So I cannot show it. I cannot install it and show you all, but you can just enter this one command. If you enter this one command in your command prompt, it will automatically get installed. It is applicable for both Windows and Mac. So, and next, how to verify pip is installed or not. For that, I'll show you all whether pip is installed in my laptop or not. So, same Windows plus R shortcut and CMD command prompt. Then, like pip help. So, if you get pip not found, that means that pip is not installed. But if you get like this commands install, download, uninstall, freeze, so it means that pip is already installed in your system. So yeah, in maximum cases, when you install pip, its path will directly get automatically added at the background or in the Python directory file. Only in rare cases, if your Python is older version, it happens that it does not add. You have to manually add it. So for that, you have to go to the pip installed folder and you have to copy that path and go to system security and environment variables using this image which I have provided. You can check it out, or else I have already made a video on this which is available in my channel previous video. Please check out my previous video for that. After completing all these tasks, also still if you face any issues like pip not found, then I would recommend you all to uninstall Python completely and reinstall it. Then follow all these steps. Then it would definitely get installed in your laptop or PC. So now let us come to the famous topic like how to install pip packages. For that, go to your command prompt. So use the command pip install. I'm taking an example of NumPy. So it's collecting packages from server. It's just 14 MB. It would be installed by now. Sometimes in command prompt you would face the technical glitches like now I am facing. So in this case, I would recommend you all to close this tab and again go for command prompt. You can check whether it is installed or not two ways. Number one is again type that same command pip install numpy. If you get the message that requirement already satisfied, it means that pip is already installed. You have another way. You can type pip list. So it will show the list of packages installed in your laptop or PC. In this, you can check out for NumPy. So yeah, you can see here NumPy is installed in my laptop successfully. Okay, so now let me show you all how to uninstall any packages from pip. For that, same again, pip uninstall NumPy. I'm taking the same example again. So it is asking for your confirmation whether you want to really uninstall it or by mistake you have entered this command. So I'm giving it yes. So now successfully uninstalled. You can check it out again by using the same command. So you can see skipping this NumPy is not installed. Yeah, and even you can completely uninstall pip whenever it's not required to you all. So you can use the command pip uninstall pip. So I'm not using it because I have many library files installed in my laptop. So if I use it, these all will be deleted. So you can just use only this one command whenever pip is not required to you all. So yeah, that's all for today's video, friends. Yeah, you don't need to remember every topics. I have already created an article in Reddit and as well as in Medium. So guys, do follow me on Medium. So in Medium, you can install Medium and create an account. In Medium, you will get the articles related to tech, software, comedy, and everything. So even you can write the articles and even you can publish the articles. So do install Medium and follow me on Medium for the regular updates. Discuss about how to use Jupyter Notebook and how can you create the files or else folders in Jupyter Notebook, and also how to open Jupyter Notebooks. Before that, in my previous video, I have shown you all how to install Anaconda. So you will get Jupyter Notebook only when you install Anaconda. Do install Anaconda. There are more tools in Anaconda and you can check it out. So let us continue to our video. So firstly, we will see how to open Jupyter Notebook. There are three ways in opening a Jupyter Notebook. So first one is command prompt. You can go to command prompt and type Jupyter Notebook. You can see here, so the Jupyter Notebook got opened. So second step is go to your Windows and click for Jupyter Notebook. So you will get the option in search. If you search for Jupyter Notebook, then you can see the app here. Click on open. Loading. So it got opened. So this is the second step. So another way is open your Anaconda prompt. First search for Anaconda prompt and open it, Anaconda Navigator. Then here you can search for Jupyter Notebook. You can see a Jupyter Notebook. Click on launch. It's taking time. Yeah, so it got launched. Now let us see how to create a folder in Anaconda. So you can select, these are all the files which will be available in your PC. So you can select which file you want to save or else in which file you want to create the new folder and then type your Python code. So I'll select on drive and I'll go for desktop. I want to save it on desktop. So here you will get an option called new. You can either directly create a new Python file here or else you can create a folder. So I'll first create a folder. Some new folders. Here United folder. So this folder is present empty. Now here I'll go for new and click for Python 3 PyPy Yeah, so Jupyter Notebook now successfully opened, and so kernel is ready. So here first we'll see for the options. So this is a file option. You can create again a new notebook, or else you can open some notebook, copy, save as. You can rename this file. So it's present united. I'll rename it to file1. It will automatically consider .py. So you don't need to again type .py. Then you can retrieve the checkpoint. So which you have previously copied, you can retrieve that checkpoint. If you have made some mistake now, you don't want that, you can retrieve that checkpoint. You can download it as HTML text file, or else PDF, or else .py file, or else slideshow, anything. And if you click on edit, so in this option you can see here, you can move the cell down, move the cell up, you can merge the cell, or else you can split the cell. That we'll see in detail when we start our Python tutorial. And we can cut the cell, copy the cell. So in view, you can toggle the header, toggle the toolbar. In insert, you can select and insert a new cell below or above. So if I click on new cell above, so it got inserted. Or else you can select a new cell below. So in cells, you can see here, you can run that particular cell from here itself. Or else you can run cell and select below one. So these all are the options. You can check out all these options. So this kernel is the important one. So sometimes it happens that when you are running the code, if you might have entered an endless loop, you want to interrupt the kernel, then you can use this interrupt option. Or else sometimes the kernel automatically stops working while you try to execute a long code. During the time, you can click on restart, or else you can click on restart and clear outputs, or else you can click for restart and run all the outputs, or else run all the cells, or else you can reconnect, or else shut down the kernel, or else you can change the kernel. But present only we have Python 3. So in my laptop only Python 3 is available. So the kernel only showing Python 3. You have various kernels, and here help. In help you can take a user interface tool, or else you can check the references like Python reference you can check out, or else NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, SciPy. This helps you to check out the references or the syntaxes of Jupyter Notebook code. So let us see whether my Python is successfully working or not. So we'll go with the common code. So you can either go and run from here, or else you have your options like run the cell, click on run. So it's working perfectly. So my Python is working perfectly. I'll show you all now. I'll try to reset the kernel, reset and clear outputs. You can see here it got resetted and connected. So my outputs got disappeared. Now again I click on run. So you can now I'll show you these tools. This is to save as a checkpoint. You can save it as a checkpoint so that if you suddenly close, or else when it automatically gets closed, so the file will be saved until that path. You can insert new cell below from here also. You can cut one cell and paste below. Cut this cell. I'll paste it here. Paste the cell below. You can copy this cell. You can paste it here and here, and move the cell up, or else move the cell down. This function to run the particular cell, or else to interrupt the kernel. You can use this option also to interrupt the kernel. To restart the kernel, you can use here itself. To restart the kernel and rerun all the code, so you can use this one. Here you have the option called code. So this is presented code. You can write for markdown, and you can type whatever you want that will be saved as a text. So You can click for heading and you can type for heading. So this is present heading. You can type it as this is my Jupyter notebook. So this will get saved. So like this, you can use all these features in Jupyter Notebook. Let me show you all by executing one code. I'll try to write a code of if statements, any one code simply. We'll check out all this code when we detailedly start our Python tutorial. Is equals to I'll give it as car. Now if statement will go with if statement. So it's equals to car. Now is equals to car. B is equals to now let us execute this one. Okay, 1 second. This is the right one. Now if I'll change this to now if I run it, so my kernel got interrupted. Now I'll reset and clear all the outputs. So I have already given the condition, so it's not showing. Now if I give as a equals to car, B equals to body, so it's wrong. So this condition based only I have given if this and this comes only it should be wrong, or else if this and this should if it comes only it should be right. I mean those words except this if any other word comes it's not gonna print the output, it's gonna be like blank. We'll see about this in detail when we start our Python tutorial. So you can see here my Python is working successfully in Jupyter Notebook. So I hope you have understood about Jupyter Notebook. So, so let's move into the topic. So Python is a most famous language in 2022. Before I proceed with that, I want to just show you all the Python status now. Welcome to Python documentation. Python trends, yeah, Google Trends. I search for Python. Yeah, I have selected India. Python, I'll select all over the world, worldwide. Actually, Python trend is here. These all the dot lines are incomplete data. You don't need to think about that. You can even compare, I guess, in this. So yeah, here compare option. I'll search for next famous language, Java. You all can see here where the Java is and where the Python is. Even you can search, you can add another one more. It is like I'll add C++. Plus, yeah. You can see here where the value of C++, Java, and Python. Okay. Still, even in 2022, Python is a trending language. It was invented on 1991, mainly because of its library files. So let's go to the topic. If you learn Python properly, you can either be a data scientist or even a data analyst, even a backend developer, and even a system engineer and data engineer also, even a DevOps engineer. These all are the trending fields at present who are paying the high paying amount of salaries to the developers. So Python day one, this is a video. Python is a computer-based programming language which helps you to automate the task and conduct data analysis also. These are widely used in data scraping, data analysis sectors. So Python can be, you can even use object-oriented programming in Python, and it is very easy to understand. And even the syntax is very easy to understand compared to other languages. So let me show you all an example. I'll say print world. I guess I have made a comparison article also I have created and also a video of other languages in my Python introduction video. You can check out. So in that I have made a comparison of the syntaxes of Python, Java, and C++, etc. So here you can see just one line of code and one output. And let me show you all how to comment in Python. Suppose if you want to write something, or else if you want to make a note of some description or else definition of the Python itself, how you are going to make in this website, instead of writing in the book, you can just maintain here itself the description and also the code. There are three ways. Number one is hashtag. You can use hashtag to comment out. If you comment what you are writing, it is not going to consider, like hashtag. Python was invented on 1991. So now if I run this and show you all, it's not gonna show you the result. This is used to just take a note. You can use this, or else here you have the option markdown. Only in Jupyter Notebook, you can use that also. If you select the markdown and you run it, it's just gonna mark down. That's it. You can read the description here itself directly. You can refer it out. and you can type what you like, the code at here. And you have one more option. Instead of marking down, if you want to write multiple lines, markdown is the best option. If you want to write multiple option, you can use triple quotes at here and triple quotes below the line where you want to here. So now that is these all are gonna be considered as just a note and it is not gonna print that one. Only the code starts from here. You can use these type of things. These three things. I'm mentioning you all this one because again, if you want to write something in the notebook and you want to do coding here, then referring the notebook and again you are checking here, it will be very difficult. But it will be easy if you use this hashtag or else triple quotes or else this markdown option, so that just below the code will be there, at the up the description will be there. It will save your time and it will be digitally available. So now let's go to the next topic, Python indentation. Indentation refers to the space at the break of the code. So indentation is very particular in Python. Python might accept anything, but not indentation. Even some languages, some other programming languages might accept indentation error also, but Python definitely don't accept the indentation error. Let me show you all an example of indentation error now. If I is greater than 2, you have given the colon. Now if you press enter, you can see it is redirecting you to correctly the indentation place. Now instead of giving this blank space indentation, if I type directly int is greater, take it out once, you're gonna see the indent blocked. So now if you just come here and press the tab, it is gonna adjust itself to the indentation. Now if you run this one, see 5 is greater, it is printing. So indentation error is particular in Python. Check out that while you are coding. Then Python variables. Python variables is a symbolic name that is refer or point to any object. Python has no command for declaring a variable. So variables are used to refer some points or objects, and Python doesn't have any command to declare a variable. So there are 4 types of Python variables. It is int, char, float, long, complex. Int refers to integer. Like for example, a is equals to int of 1. Int a. So we have defined a variable in data type a. So now if I run this, it's gonna print 1. Now that same, this is integer variable data type. I mean integer data type. Now if you take float here, now if you run this here, you can see a dot 0. So like this, you have the data types in Python, which will help you to like type the particular point properly. You can even use decimal points. You can use int character for writing the alphabets. Long for also for representing the decimal points like octadecimal, hexadecimal, all this one, and even complex numbers. Now let me show you all an example of how to use this variable. So let me mention here, not here. Example starts from here, right? Python variable example. So this is for variables, and I'll mention you all its data type also. Now let me show you all the example fastly, and this will be the final example. We are not going to discuss more after this. So x is equals to y is equals to z is equals to 2002. So now let me run this one. Plus y. And see here. Now if I give here print z, it's going to print all this properly. Now once we'll try to give and see print x plus y plus z also. Kernel got interrupted. Oh, kernel I have discussed already. Let me restart the kernel. So let me run this one once. No, it's not going to provide you output because z is an integer variable. You can see here x is not defined. Okay. So you can only concatenate string, not int. So this concatenation and all I'll show you all later in the coming up videos. You can actually even type Sai 2002 using the concatenation option, like converting the string. Now you can see. Now let me show you all one more. You can like check the type of that particular variable using data type. Like I'll type of z. It is int. Now let me check type of x. String. So this is string. String is nothing but which is enclosed in double quotes or single quotes. Whether it might be character or letter, anything, whether when it is enclosed in double quotes, then it is considered as string. You have one more option like this. Now this is also considered as string. Let me run this one once. Now if I check the type of z, string. Now if I use x plus y plus z, you can see here the name came. It's just converting itself into a string. That's it, those numbers. I'll discuss you all one more method, which is concatenation, while coming further videos. So that's all for today's video. I know this is not in detail, but when you start to understand a little more further, you will easily understand. And I have not mentioned you all in detail in this video. I know that. If you want to refer all about this in detail, kindly check out this article which I have released day before yesterday. Or today I guess, yeah, June 14th. Today I have released it. One more Python from scratch. In this I have detailedly mentioned about Python programming, why Python, and Python indentation, which I have explained now, Python variables, and what is triple quote, and which are the Python data types. You can see here int data type, float, string, list. Kindly refer this one. I have already created in detail a very big article. This one is, you can check out this article for now. and you can be ahead before me because the videos might come little late, but the articles information which I have already written, all you can see here, these all will be, I guess, nearly 4 to 5 videos to complete this. Thank you, friends. So that's all for today's video. Do like, share, and subscribe my channel. And also don't forget to follow me on Medium. If you follow me on Medium only, you can either listen what I have written the article, or else you can either read the article. And one more main thing, you don't need to remember all those things which you are learning now. You have to just understand. When you just understand, whenever you want to learn something, or else whenever you want to execute something, you can refer the Google. Or so firstly, let me tell you all what is variables. Variables are nothing but a containers or reference type in which we can store data and access easily. So let me show you all the example. Firstly, let me type the meaning at here itself. You all will be getting this at the last, this particular file, or I'll be uploading the theory section in on Drive or else in Google Drive, and I'll be sharing you all the link. Let me write the meaning of variables for you. Or nothing but globally. So this is the definition. Now let me show you all this one. So nothing but this is a variable which equals to 5. So let me run it. Now a is our temporary variable. So 5 is stored in a. Now if I check the value of a, you can see here I got the output as 5. You can store anything, whether it is a, you can create any variable, whether it is a, b, or anything. Or you can even create multi-line variables also, like example YouTube. YouTube is equals to 5. Enter. Now if I check the variable of YouTube, let me run this. You can see as 5. So you can easily get to know about those variables based on this. Let me create more cells. Um, so this is nothing but this is a temporary variable in which we can store the value, or even we can store the data files with you, whether it is CSV or Excel or anything. Even you can store the strings at here and even float functions. I'll tell you all in detail. Example now let me take as A is equals to 2. Now let me check the value of A. You can see here this is a string. Now let me check the type of this particular data type. So there are many data types in which the main data types are int, char, float, boolean, and double. So let try to guess out, friends, what is the data type of A. So there is a type function. There is a function called type function, which is an inbuilt default in Python, by using which we can check the type of that particular data type. So yeah, I forgot to tell you one more thing. So now the value of A is YouTube, right? Now let me remove this. Now let me go to the normal this one. Now A is equals to 10, B is equals to this. See, you don't need to define whether which type of data it is. Python automatically detects which type of data it is. But in other languages like Java and C++, you should define the first data type, then the variable, and then the value which you want to give in the variable. So that's why Python is little easier compared to those languages. In Java, you have to first define the data type, then you have to define the variable, and you have to store the value in that particular variable, or else the code will throw you an error. But in Python, there is a default function called type from which we can store the data and which it can automatically recognize. Let me show you the example of type now. So A is equals to 10. What is the type of A? Which type it is gonna be? So let me run it. It is gonna be int. I did not define the data type, which data type it is, this particular value, it automatically recognized. Let me give you another example. 10.1. Let me run this. Now it's plot. Now let me go to this one. Yes, I'll just keep this. Now this is string because it is enclosed in double quotes. For string, just keep one thing in your mind, which is enclosed in double quotes or else single quotes. I mean the variable which is in which the data is enclosed in single quotes or double quotes is called string. So let me show you all one more example. This code I have already written. X is equals to 5 and y is equals to 2. If x is greater than y, print x is greater, else print x is lesser. This is if and else function. This is a very easy function. You can see here x is greater. Now if I change the symbol here to lesser symbol and run it, x is lesser. Why? Because 5 is greater than 2, so the x is greater. It is going to print this one. Or else if 5 is less than 2, then it is going to print, I mean that which is lesser. So it is going to print x is lesser. Then what the other thing? No, you can like you cannot only store. It is not like you can only store variables one after another. You can store multiple variables in one line itself. Let me show you an example. A comma, you have to give like this: A comma B comma C is equals to, now A is equals to 4 comma B is equals to 4.1 comma, and let me give here a string. That's k. Let me run this. Now if I check A, it's 4. If I check B, 4.1. You can even check like this also. Print A comma B comma C. You can see here all those values came here. Now without using print, if I try to run A comma B comma C, whether will it show the output? You can see here it is showing in tuple format. So tuple is a next function. I'll tell you about the tuple in detail when the tuples and list and dictionary functions starts. Before that, just understand that tuples are nothing but which are the values which are under the brackets, under the open bracket and close brackets. For now, just for your reference. So yeah, friends, that's all for today's video. I have told you all about the variable and how to store the variable and also the type functions. Now I have a question for you all. A is equals to true. B is equals to false. Let me run this. Now, okay, okay, I got it. Actually, this should be capital F. type of A. So what will be the answer? So I'm giving this as a small assignment for you all. I want the answer from you all. You can comment it at the down. Complex numbers. So complex numbers, you might have heard about this. It is like combination of real plus imagined numbers. And here J is considered as a notation. This is not used much in today's world, and it was like somewhat mostly used on Python 1 version. Now that it is Python 3.10 or 3.11 is running at present. So this is not much used at today's world, but just for your basic overview, I'm gonna just tell and give you the example. Before that, yesterday I have asked you a question that if A is equals to true, B is equals to false. What will be the answer for this? So let me execute this type of A. So it's definitely gonna be a Boolean. I don't know how many of you have commented this well. Those who have commented this well, you are following the videos of mine or you are learning from somewhere very well. Let's dive into the topic. So let me take an example of 75. This is a real number. Plus, I'll take an example of 2 and I'll take the notation j. Now, if I execute it, you can see here 75 plus 2j. It is coming under tuple. Now, let me. Okay, it is. N is equal to, forgot to mention the n. N is equal to 75 plus 2j. It got executed. Now, let us see type of n. It's a complex number. So in this, let us see n dot real number, which is real number in this 75.0. It is just going to give you all in a floating point value. N dot imaginary 2.0. It is just going to give you all in a floating point value. This is considered as a real number and this is considered as an imaginary number. That's it. And this is not much used in today's world. You are not going to take much tension about this. Just try to understand. It's like sometimes I'll be asking you in an interview. And j is considered as a notation. You cannot give any other value like k. It is not going to consider k. It is not going to consider I. It is not going to consider m or any other value. Only it is going to consider j as its notation. Keep this one in your mind. So now let us see another important topic, which is how to type a value in your output. Like example, if a is equals to, and you're defining a 10 in a variable. Instead of that, when you execute the code in output, you should be able to type the number. How you are going to do that? Let us discuss now. A is equals to, you have to use the default function called as input. Input, and you have to write the string what you want to mention here, like enter the value of A. I'll just take this one, and B is equals to input. So it's input B. Now let me type for the input of B. Enter the value of B. Now if you execute it, so it's gonna ask you, see here you can see the output session where you can enter the number which you want or else the value, like I enter. So it got printed. Now if I check the value of A, you can see here it is a string. And if the value of A, comma B, so it is considered as a string. So yeah, you can even type the number at here as well. Let me show you all. Again, I'll execute it. 1, 5. See, it is just considering itself as a string. Even it is actually one is a numbers are actually int, but it is not considering as a int. It is considering as a string. So does anyone has the idea like how to print only the number in the output session? So let me show you all how to do that now. I'll take C. C is equals to, you have to use the default function int. Then you have to type input. Int is a integer function. Input value of A. I execute this. Wait a second. C is equals to now 1, enter. Now if I check the value of C, it is considering as an integer. Now if I try to use A, comma B, comma C and enter, see these two are considered as a string, but this is considered as an input. And you cannot concatenate this number also like A plus B. If you check for A plus B, it is the value I have given for A. A is equals to 1, B is equals to 5. So it is like actually these both are strings, right? It just consider combine those both and it considered as a 15. Now if I think of A plus C and I execute it, see it is saying you can only concatenate string, not integer to string. We'll discuss about this further when we go how we can convert or we can type convert the integer and we can perform the operation. Now let us see how to perform mathematical operations in Python. I'll mention it out. Mathematical operation. Mathematical operations. So in this, if you want to perform addition, you can perform directly also, or else you can add store the values in a variable and perform it like A is equals to 50. I can directly give you itself. B is equals to 40. Enter. Can't assign this neutral. Okay, can't do it here. Run it. Yeah, it's done. So to perform addition, you just don't need to like print so much of values here. You can directly like print A plus B and enter. So you got the answer directly. To perform multiplication, A into B, 2000. You can check it out. A minus B, 10. So in Python, you don't need to write complex code. Here, coding is very easy compared to other languages. A slash P, I mean division symbol, 1.25. You can check out here. A percentage of B. You can perform any type of operations, mathematical operations easily using this way, or else you can like use print int. Don't need to mention for int. Sometimes it happens. So A is equals to int input value of A. So we can use that. Here I'm gonna show you like how you can enter the input and how you can immediately perform the like calculations also. So it will be easy for you all. This is very easy code. After this, I guess we are gonna enter into the intermediate level where we'll be using complex coding. Get ready for that. From video 4, int input b. Sometimes error might happen, even sometimes the technical glitch might happen. Kindly bear with me. Int input value of b. Let me give a space. It should consider as spacing, right? And I'll provide icon also here. Give one icon. Maybe it's double space. Yeah, icon. Now let me go down and enter a plus b minus b. Now if I execute this, enter the value of a, I'll give it as 50. Enter the value of b, I'll give it as 60. Value of c, 40. And d is not defined. Okay, okay, okay. Sorry. C minus b minus c. I'll give it again. 50, 60, 40. It's considering both and then it's minus and it's giving you all. So I'll make this a separate statement. Print a plus b. Let me change this out. A minus b. I'll again execute it. 50, 60, 40. You can see here now I'm getting the answer perfectly. B minus c. B minus c. So that's it. And even you can perform like something. I'll give you as even in a division you can perform. You can perform all mathematical operations easily. 50, 60, 40. You can see the division value is 1.2. Easily you can perform all mathematical operations using this method. So friends, that's all for today's video. And yeah, I told I'll give you all a question. So let me see whether you all can solve or not. A is equals to, I don't want to type all now. Paste. Wait a second, no. I'll give you the question as your question will be like you should print any integer value and a name. How we are going to print both should come like side by side. Example, now I'll take the integer value as 6 and SAI. It should come like this. How you are going to print? Please print it out and try to comment the answer below. Let us see your answer. So that's all for today's video. I'm going to show you answer of this at tomorrow's video. Try your level best. One integer should be and one character should be. You can use anything. I'll give you the int also. You can use that int is equals to. I'll say you can. I'm just gonna show the int and now it's depending on you how you are gonna do. So this is video. Third video I have asked a question that any integer value should be there and a name. I don't see any one of you are commenting it below. So let me show you the answer of this. You can use a variable is equals to, we'll keep it in a string so that it accepts both combination equals to 6. B is equals to, now let's run this one first. Now A plus B. Mathematical equation, guys. Simple it is. Just a small mathematical equation. Just enclose this both in the strings and then add them both and you will get the final output. Those who all know this, very good. Those who all don't know, yeah, you guys have learned a new thing. So today we are going to see about Boolean type functions which are already inbuilt in Python. Firstly, let us take any variable. I'll take the variable as string. It's a string is an inbuilt function, so we cannot use it. So I'm giving it underscore ing string equals to. I'll take my name itself. S-A-R-A-U-M-M-R. Okay. Let me execute it. Now, first Boolean type, let me type the Boolean type first, then I'll tell you the meaning of that Boolean type. Print string dot is AL, alpha is ALNUM. So this is nothing but it checks whether all characters are numbers. It just checks whether if all characters are numbers or not. So let me execute it runs numbers and characters. Whether it is anything, if it is numbers and characters, it will definitely execute. So it is false because all of them are characters, but not numbers. I did not give any number at here. So let me give it as 6. After giving, I guess it is gonna consider as false itself. Yeah, because it is in double quotes, so it's considering it as a string. Let me try giving it outside. Okay. It is enclosed in double quotes, so it will definitely consider as string. So let's go to the next function. Print dot is alpha. It checks if all the characters in the string are alphabet or not. So these all are definitely alphabets, right? So it is going to consider this as a true. It's alphabet. Okay. So let me tell you all one more thing. This is a memory location where the particular answer is stored. If you does not give here double quote, double brackets, open bracket and close bracket, it will just show you the memory location where that particular answer is stored. Now if you run this one, it will show whether it is false or true. String is alphabet, right? Okay, I did not run this one properly, I guess. Run it. Okay, so here I have given a space. It is considered that also as a special number symbol. Now if I run this one and if I run this one, it is considering as false because it is not fully alphabet. At here there is a special space. So now if I remove that space and run, and then if I run this one, see it is considering as a true because it is only alphabetic. There is no other extra characters involved at there. I hope you all understood this one. Next, let us go with an interesting function called print is space. Now if I run this, I'll definitely get false because I did not give any space at here. So yes guys, string dot e space. So now if I type something here and run it, it is going to consider as a false because it is not going to consider this particular space which I have mentioned at the starting or at the ending of the particular letters, because you can see here I'll give you an option. Now if you press shift plus tab, not inside this print session, I mean not inside this print session, you should separately type it here and check shift plus tab. You can see here what that any function you can check out the particular definition using shift plus tab. So it is showing that returns true if the string is a white space string, otherwise false. It means that if that string contains everything empty. Now if I remove this, it's fully blank. I just gave double quotes, but I did not mention anything inside that. And if I run this one, and if I execute this now, see it's giving you as a true. Previously, when you enter the value, it was giving as a false. So that is the advantage of this particular e-space. Not only about e-space, you can use anything like if you take is alpha, copy this, I'll copy this one, I'll paste it here. Now if I use shift plus tab, you can see a returns true if the string is a alphabetic string, otherwise false. I hope by seeing all these definitions also you can easily catch the particular program how to do. You all should learn to debug. First, if you learn to debug the errors, you will automatically learn to code. Now, if I run that one, it's giving you false because it's fully empty. It's having only white spaces. It does not contain any numeric or alphabetical characters. Now, if I write here, and if I run that, okay, it's containing false. Alpha. Run this, and now if I run this particular string, it's considering as a true because there is no other special characters or spaces, only it is a letter. So I hope you guys might have understood it well. Now let me move further. Uh, Next, what else is there? Is title. Hmm. I'll use it here itself. I'll just copy this one. I use shift plus tab for this also. It is showing returns true if the string is titled cased, else false. Now if I run that particular one, it's giving you as a true because in every title the first letter starts with capital. So here also I have given the capital letter as S. Now if I remove that one and if I use small letter only, and if I run this one, it's giving you the false. These all are just a basic functionalities and Boolean types which you all should know and you all might be using at the code. Not might be, all definitely be using while coding. But these all are the things you should definitely know. Now I'll use one more thing called as string.isUpper. Now you guys don't say me that here you have used print and you are directly running it here like this. You can use anything, any method is convenient for you. But if you use this, you can immediately use shift plus tab and you can run and you can particularly see what the output would be. I guess you might have understood. Now I'll show the particular message of everything and then only I'll execute of every code. Is upper. I use shift plus tab. Returns true if the string contains uppercase string, otherwise it is false. This also functions the same functionality like title. Now already I have given the okay, I have given it small. Okay, I'll directly execute and show for your reference. So it should give me false. It's giving me the false. Now if I use capital S, run this. And now if I run this one, okay, it's giving me false because every numbers are not alphabetical. Now if I use five, if I run that one, it's giving me true because only if all the numbers are alphabetical is upper will work or else no. Now, same as the upper, you all might have guessed, there is even a lower function. Now I'll show you the lower function. This is lower. Is LOW. Is lower. It's giving me true because every functions contains lower. So yeah, alphanumeric. Here I have mentioned ALNUM. So ALNUM is giving me false because it's giving me true because well, it is containing an alphabet number. If it doesn't contain any alphabet, then it will give me false. So the particular case of this alphanumeric is nothing but whether that particular string should contain either alphabet or else numeric, anything. Now if I give enter, it's giving me true. Okay, so now lower also is done. Now let me show you some other interesting one. That is, there are another two interesting functions. Let me write print. Let me copy this here. So for this, it is little different. Variable name dot end with. Now I'll give it here as something. Wait a second. AIAUMAR. Now if I execute this and I'll give here as yes. So you should enclose it in a string. Now if I run this one, string object has no attribute ends with yes. So you can see here, it is just asking me ending. See here, it is R, but I have given yes. So it is giving me the error. Let me use print for this one. I guess it will show false. Okay. So let me give R. R ends with dot end with R. I have given R there, right? Why it's giving me error? What happened to this kernel? I guess kernel is error. Well, let me check the particular function. Okay, I got the error. I got the error. So let me. Hence, I did not mention the yes here. So let me run this one. Yeah, I got the error. It is true. Now, if I remove R at here and add yes, it's giving me false. Sometimes you have to even check for the spelling mistakes and case sensitive and indentation error. Python never accepts that indentation error. In every video, I'm repeatedly telling you all must focus on the spellings and what particular name you have given to the variable and then the indentation errors. You have to check proper indentation. So ends with when ends with is there, even start with also will be there. Let me copy this code itself. I'll paste it here. Starts with, I'll give it as, to just check. Yay. And if I execute it, what's giving me the error? Okay, starts str. I have mentioned R. You not mentioned R. It's giving me false. Now if I give the answer as yes, it's giving me true. Why? Because here I'm starting the particular alphabet with yes itself. So it is accepting as yes. So let us check some Boolean types and or functions just for basic overview. And I'm giving you two functions for today. Functions. I'll mark this one out. Markdown. Using this markdown, you can write the note. You can keep the note of it. Now, if I give true and true, so tell me what will be the answer for this true and true. So in Boolean types, true is considered as 1, false is considered as 0, and function. So both should be true. Now if I give, it's giving me true because 1 and 1, both are 1. Both the conditions are true. And means even this first function also should be true and second function also should be true, or else it will be giving you as false. Let me give you the same example again. True, and this time I'll take false. Now tell me the answer. Comment the answer below. Yeah, I guess you all might have guessed it. It should give me false because both the conditions are not satisfied. And means both the conditions should be satisfied, or else it will be giving you false. So let's see one more function. True or true. If I run this one, what will be there? It will definitely give me true because either this one should be true or else on one more side true should be there. Anything is accepted or function, any one is accepted. Now if I give this one also false and run this one, it will give me true because any one condition is already satisfied. So it is gonna definitely print the true. Only if I give both the side false, it will be giving me false. Let me give the previous one. So it's true. I hope you all have understood this video. So this is day 5 and we are going to learn about conditional statements. So there are 4 types of conditional statements: if else, elif, and nested if. So before that, I am not going to give definition of these all particular statements. I'm just going to tell, but the definitions and the detailed explanation of the particular content and even with example will be in the article below. Kindly check out the article. I'll be putting the link in the description. So the first option is if statement. Python most commonly used conditional statement is if it decides whether the particular statement need to be executed or not. So I'll give an example like a is equals to 5. Now let's take some large number 55. If a is less than if a is less than 75 print it's smaller. Let me execute this. See, it's smaller. It is just printing because it's less than this particular value. If statement. It's deciding whether you need to print or not. Now, if I give here 95 and if I try to print that one, see, it's not gonna print because that particular statement is getting false at here itself. If is nothing but it is also called as a Boolean type. If the particular condition is true, then the answer will be printed or else it will not be printed in this particular if statement. This is nothing but just an example for if statement. Nothing more to say about this particular statement. You can see here this is smaller. I'll mention it here. If you all want this particular Jupyter notebook, kindly comment below. I'll just upload it somewhere and paste the link for you all. Let's go to our next topic, that is else if else statement. So for if else statement, let me first give you all a definition. The statement itself says that if a given code is true, then execute, else proceed to the another block, which is the else statement. That's all. Nothing but if the particular statement is true, then let it to execute, or else it does not require to execute it. You can go to the other line and execute that particular another statement. I'll explain you all detail with an example. Here we'll take as b is equal to, I'll take int input. I'll give it as an input option. Enter a number. So this is done. If b is less than, I'll take it as, yeah, same 75. Print b is smaller. Else print b is bigger. So the code is over. Let me execute this. So it came to this particular line. Here I'll give it as 55 for now. Enter. B is smaller. So the particular Python, how it executes it, it executes line by line. First it came to this line, it took the input, then it went to this line. So it's obviously smaller number. After executing this one, it will go to this. So here the condition is true. Here itself the condition is true. So obviously now I gave 55. 55 is smaller than 75. Here the condition is true. So the execution stopped here only. It did not go to else block. Now again we'll try. I'll give as 95 and enter. See, now the B is bigger. First it went to this line, that it went to this, and it went to this. Here the condition is false. So it went to the else block. And then in else block, it printed whatever the particular question statement which we have given. So next we'll go with elif statement. In Python, we have one more condition called as elif. Elif statement is used to check the multiple condition only if the condition is false. It just checks whether the condition, multiple conditions, only if the condition is false. So let me print for you all now. Let me type the code for you all for this. Let me take a variable called as num. Number is equals to 10. So I'll write a condition here as if number is double equal to, that is nothing but comparison, 0, print number is 0. Now we'll go to elif block. Elif particular number is greater than 5. Print that particular number is greater than 5. Greater than 5. I'll just use this particular symbol. Now it will go to else block. Print the number is smaller. Now if we execute this particular code, it is giving you all the number is greater than 5 because here in the variable, what is the integer we have given? 10. So 10 is obviously greater than 5. So first it came to this condition. So this condition was false. Then it went to elif. So it successfully executed this. Now let us change again. If I give 2 and execute, so obviously 2 is, first it came to this condition to check whether the given number is 0 or not. So the particular number is not 0 because we have given 2. So it went to the another number. So that particular number is not even greater than 5 also. So finally it came to the else block and it print the particular statement as the number is smaller. Like this, you can write multiple if statements and elif statements. Obviously, elif is just used to check the multiple conditions. Now, let me give you all one more elif here. Elif number is greater than 7. Print larger. Now, if I execute this, okay, it came to the final output. Okay, let me give here as 8. Number is greater than 5. If number is greater than or equal to 5. Okay, greater than or equal to 7. Let me execute this once more. Okay, so this particular condition is impacting here. Here only the particular condition is getting true, so it is not getting executed. Let me change this to lesser than symbol and then try now. So it's printing larger because at here the particular number is less than 5. So it's not printing this one, it's getting false. Then it went to the elif statement where the particular statement is greater than or equal to 7. So it's printing as larger. So here only the statement is true, then it is not going to this final number. So I hope you have understood about this elif statement. Then the left out statement is nested if statement. So this is our final statement called as nested if statement. Python follows the proper indentation, and then line by line code execution. Kindly remember this one. So nested if statement means nothing but executing or else writing multiple if statements in a particular if statement itself. Like, I'll give you an example. In this if condition, you can write here another if condition. You can write here another if condition. Then you can use here else condition. I'm just giving you all an basic example. I'm not executing code here. For else, I'll execute once more. Okay, so this should not come here. So here, for this else, I'll give else here. Enter. Now again, it will go to, for this particular one, else here. Then final one. Nothing but in this particular if statement, you can give multiple if statement, then close with the final else block. So I hope you understood that. For this if, this is the else. For this if, this particular one is the else. For this if, this is the else. So let me remove this one now. Now let me execute a example for you all. If number is equal to 15, I'm giving the variable is equal to 15. If number is greater than or equal to number is greater than or equal to 0, I'll take it as 0. Again, I'll write here one more if statement. If particular number is double equal to, that is nothing but comparison, equal to symbol only, 0, print, it's nothing but it is a 0 value. Now I'll go to this particular if statement else block, and then I'll type print for that. Print else, you have to print the number is positive. Now I'll go to this final closing if statement. So for this if, the else block is done. Now for this final if, I'll close it with again else. Obviously print it is negative, nothing but negative value. Now what will happen? Now the particular number is 15. So now if I execute that one, it will give me positive value, because if the number is greater than or equal to 0, so we have just mentioned that one. If number is double equal to 0, it's not equal to 0. So it will print as 0. It will not print as 0 value. It will just ignore this one. This will become false. Then it will go to else, this else block. Then it will check for the particular condition again. The number of the variable is 15. So it will print positive number for this one. It did not come to this particular statement. Now if I give it as here once minus, and if I execute, you can see here. It is not greater than 0. It is not even equal to 0. It is less than 0. It is negative value. Minus symbol considers as negative value. So minus 15 is considered as negative value. So it checked this particular statement. It checked this particular statement. These both statements were false. So it finally came to this else block and executed this particular else block. I'm saving this one. So that's all for today's video. I guess I have to give you all an assignment, a basic small assignment. I want you all to, like and execute this particular elif statement. Using elif statement, I am mentioning you all. elif statement. Any elif statement code in which the particular value is n is equal to nothing but 100. I am giving you the variable value as 100. You can use this particular elif statement and you should make some statement, some sensible code, and you have to show me. You have to use if, elif, and then else, and you have to comment the code below. So in this video, we are going to discuss about loop statements. Before that, from video 1 to 5, whatever I have written in my Jupyter Notebook, that's available in my GitHub. So this is my GitHub account. Here you can see here that here where is my Python series. Python series. So here you can see Python series. In this video YT1, this is the folder. You all can see here that whatever I have typed in that particular video, I have uploaded that in this GitHub link for your reference. You can check out this. So let's not waste our time. Let us dive into our today's topic, and it's loops. I'm not gonna write any definition in this particular Jupyter notebook. I'm just gonna say, but an article related to loops with an example will be separately uploaded in my Medium account. You can follow me on Medium, and even the article link will be in the description, including the Jupyter notebook. So let's start with our loops concept. Today, first we are going to discuss the for loops. So for letter, it is a variable letter in. I'll give some string here. I'll take my name is only example. Now print letter. I'll give my variable here. Before that, let me tell you all an like definition of for loop. It has the ability to iterate over the items of any sequence, such as list or a string. It gets iterated either in list or a string. It has that particular ability. So let's print this particular answer. We'll see what the answer would be. You all can see here current letter is yes. So what happens here is these all strings will be in indexing format. You just understand this is just an indexing format 0, 1, 2, 3. So always indexing format starts with 0. You don't need to get tension about indexing. That one I'll be explaining in the next video, which is lists. Kindly now just understand that this is related to indexing. So first letter in the index is 0. 0th index letter is yes. So current letter is yes. Then current letter is A. Then current letter is I. It like iterates to one after another particular string, and then it string value letter, and then it completes the task. You can see here perfectly my name is printed. You can see here there is an error with the spelling. Yeah, let me correct it out. Yeah. So this is for loop. Let's go to another example now. This is example 2. So in example 2, I'll take a variable. First I'll store everything in particular variable. Fruits is equals to. So this is a list. I'll give as apple. What's your favorite fruit? Do comment it below. So, or else you can try your favorite fruit in the code. I'm taking as dragon fruit. So this is a variable. I am executing this particular variable. You can see a fruits is having a list containing of all the fruits names, all the three fruit names. Now let me take for fruits variable. No, fruit variable. First, I'll take a separate variable fruit in fruits. Then print current fruit. And it will give us this also here. Give the comma and now. uh, So let me execute this. So particularly what happens here is this is this particular variable is fruits. It is stored in the variable fruits. But in for loop, first we have taken a new variable called fruit. In this we have stored this particular fruits values into this fruit. And we have executed this particular fruit at the print statement. It successfully got executed. Let me show you now. Fruits. You can see a fruits also it is same. Fruit also. Okay, fruit it's like iterating one after another. The final output fruit is dragon fruit. So it is giving us dragon fruit. So let me take it as 2 and see once. Okay, it's like indexing format. It's taking the indexing format. I'll explain about you this later, but it's gonna store in the particular fruit and then it is gonna iterate one after another particular name of the string. After this comma, it is considered as the another string. So this is index value 0, 1, 2. So that's all for the for loop. Let's go with while loop. A while loop statement in Python program language rapidly executes a target statements as long as the condition is true. So it keeps on executing until the particular condition is true. After that, it is not going to execute. So hashtag while loop, while loop. So example one. So j variable is equals to 1. I'll take the j variable as 1. No, I have to take I, right? So I variable as 1 and then j variable as 5. Anything you can take, but I'm just taking ij. You can even take it as a, b or else k, l, anything. While I less than or equal to j. Print 5. String 5. I'm not mentioning file value. So after this, I want to like continuously increase the loop. I is equals to I plus 1. So it's nothing but while I is equals to I plus 1, that is nothing but first it checks whether the particular condition value is I is less than j. So 1 is less than 5, obviously. So it's gonna print one time. Okay, 5 times. Like that, it is gonna print 5 times because we have given in the j value as 5. If I give here 3, and then if I print this one, you can see here it is gonna print 3 times only. 1, 2, 3. So I hope you understood this example 1. Now let's go with example 2. 2. Okay. Notes is equal to 5. So I is equals to 1. Okay. J is equals to 5. while I less than notes, print I plus or equals to 1. So like I want to continuously iterate that particular loop if it's true. Else, while j less than 2, print this is false statement is equal to j plus 1. Now let's come out of this particular loop and let us give the if statement. If j is greater than I divided by j, print I is prime. Equals to I plus 1. Finally, I want to come out of all loop and print my execute this statement. So it is checking. First, it went to this particular statement and it checked whether it's true or not. While I less than notes, so notes is equals to 5. So 1, 2, 3. It is nothing but, let me explain you properly. While I less than notes means 5, notes value is 5. I is 1. Print I. So if it's less than 5, then print 1. Else go to this particular j statement. Now that's particularly true. 1 is less than 5. So it got printed. Then I plus or equals to 1. So it's getting incremented. So 1 plus 1 is equals to obviously 2. 2 less than 5. Obviously it's false. No, false, not false. It's true. So it's gonna print 2. 3 less than 5. So it's true. It's gonna print 3. Like that until the particular 5 it is gonna print and it is gonna say you it's a prime number and goodbye. While j less than 2. So now I is over. Let me give this instead of 5 2. Enter. J less than 2 is equals to 1 to 4 times. The one. This false statement. J is equals to j plus 1 if j is greater than. So it is just gonna check with this particular loop. Let me give this as 6 then, right? Yeah, so I have given you a 6, you can see here. So once this particular loop is false, so it's not less than 5 is 6 is not less than 5. So it goes to else statement, it goes to while loop, then it prints this is false statement, and then it's just gonna come out of the loop. So j is equals to j plus 1, it's not gonna get incremented. So it's just gonna come out of this particular loop. So that's it with the example of example 2 of that particular while loop. And I forgot to mention that do while is not there at Python. Now we'll go with nested loop. Nested loop. So nested loop is nothing but, let me tell you the definition. Actually, nested loop is already over. In this video only it is there. I mean, in this particular previous problem only it is there. So nested loop in Python programming language allows us to use one loop inside another loop followingly until the few statements are illustrated in this concept. Nothing but in one while loop we can use multiple while loops. In one if statement we can use multiple if statements. Like that you can use multiply inside one after another. You can write here while, again you can go here you can write again here. But whichever while you are gonna write, you have to properly indentation end at this particular point. For this, you have to end here. For this, you have to end here, end here. So Python follows the particular indentation error. If there is an indentation error, definitely our code is not going to work. I am saying you all again and again this particular point. Now, if I give this one at here, it is not going to work. It is going to give you indentation error. So this particular code is not going to work. I am just showing you all for an example. That's all. So nested loop example is already over. You can see this is considered as nested loop example 1 because here one while statement is there. Again, we have taken here one more while statements. So inside one while there is one more while. You can consider this as done. Now let's go with example 2 of nested loop. I is equals to 2 while I less than 100, j is equal to 2, j less than or equal to I slash j. If not, I percentile of j break j is equals to j plus 1. Break j is equals to j plus 1. Then if j is greater than I slash j, save program. I guess you have heard this particular somewhere. Print I is prime, else print goodbye. Oh, excuse me, friends. Actually, this is that particular same code. I'm writing that particular code again. So this is an example of nested loop. So let me remove this. I'll tell you all one more example. No, no, it's correct. It's correct. If j is greater than I slash j, print I prime. I is equals to I plus 1, right? So I have taken the example as 2 and 3 is prime. I is equals to 2. Let me restart the kernel. Interrupt. Restart. Yeah. So I have given the prime number as 2 while I less than 100. J is equals to 2. While j is less than or equal to I slash j, if not I percentile j, break it. J is equals to j plus 1. If j is true and I is true, increment it. If j is greater than I slash j, print I is prime. So it's like nothing but it's gonna print prime number. You can see here 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 12. Okay. This is an actual example of nested loop. This is example for while loop only. And this is considered as another example for nested loop also. So I know you might have not understood properly this particular nested loop. Check out the article below and try to refer it from this video again, and once more try to do it by yourself by seeing the article below and the documentation. If everything I would teach, then what you are gonna learn. This is the particular assignment for nested loop. So this nested loop, what you are gonna understand, that is your particular assignment. All, you don't need to note any definitions or you don't need to note the code. If you are seeing this video with the and practically implementing the code along with me, you will definitely learn. You don't need to note in book or anything because I have created a dedicated article of Python list in Medium. So you can check out this article. Every definitions are available, including the examples. You can see here the example screenshots. So friends, let's not waste our time. Let's dive into our topic. Day 7, lists in Python. So lists are nothing but which are enclosed in square brackets and which can be like mutable. They can be edited or they can be even muted. So list is a ordered data structure with elements that contain a comma separated values and enclosed in square brackets. This is the definition. So let me show you all the list now. Present list can be written in this form. This is an empty list. Now if I run this, it's not going to give us any error. But if you check type of list, see, you can see it's saying this is a list. Let me show you all another example now. Let me create a variable name, data frame name, or else lst is equals to list. I'll mention 1, 5, and even I want to mention my name. So now quickly pause this video and think whether this is gonna give me error or not. I want your answer. Comment the answer below. See, you can see here it's gonna give me error because it is considering this as a data frame or else a variable in which I have stored something. It's not gonna run. So if you want to give any word or any character, you have to enclose that in a string. About string, I have explained in my previous videos. If you have not watched it, go and watch those previous videos. Now whether it's gonna give me wrong or correct, let me run it. See it considering it as a list. Type of LST. See it is a list. Now if I check LST, so it's a list. You can see here the list values are coming out. So in list there are many functions which can be performed. We are going to discuss one after another slowly at now in this video itself. Before that, I want to explain you all a important function called sort. Sort. For this also I'll give you all an example definitely. I'll take like lst1 is equals to 1 comma 5 comma 6 comma 9 comma 2 comma 4. Now I'll run this one. Now if you check lst1 156924, you can see here it is not in an order. But now if you use lst1 dot sort function, sort, now if you run this, that will be getting sorted into its according to its numbers. Now let me check lst1. You can see now the difference 156924 is here. This is what we have given. Now it got sorted to see 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9 according to its value and position. So this is the main use of sort function. And you have here one more function called append. We are going to discuss about the append also right now. This is nothing but to add something else which you have missed out in the particular list. You can use the function called append. Nothing but for that what you have to do is like lst1 dot append. For example, I have mentioned, I forgot to mention 7. Now if I give you 7 and run it, now if I check lst1, see it is gonna add that particular value at the last in this particular list itself. You can use append for that. And you have one more option called as indexing. The next function is indexing. And one more main thing, you can even create an empty list by just using this square bracket which I have given at the first. So this is considered as empty list. And afterwards you can later append also. Like example, now I'll give you all for append only. T2 is equals to, it's an empty list. It's not going to give you an error because it is an empty list. Later also you can append it out. lst2 dot append. Okay. Yeah. You can see here, like you can, if you are gonna give any character, you have to mention it in a particular square bracket and you have to give, then it's gonna append that in this particular area. Or you can use one other option, like directly you can give lst2 is equals to, no, you need to create a definitely a blank index. Now here I can give 1 comma, okay, only this particular thing is gonna take only one argument. I guess you have another option like this. Not built-in function. You can use tab function to check out. Okay, here shift plus tab to read out the definition of that particular thing. Built-in mutable. You can normally append in that way itself, like you have to give this and you have to give square bracket and you can append that particular character. But if you want to append only one thing, you can use this. Any one particular value, you can use that particular thing. This is the use of append. Now let's check out about list.insert. lst3 is equals to, like I'll give 1 comma 4 comma 5 6. Let me run this. The use of append is that whatever you are trying to append, that will be at the reflecting at the end of that particular string, or else end of that particular list. Sorry, particular list. But the use of insert method is you can directly append whatever value you want in that particular position itself. So using the position and the value. Let me show you all an example now. Now here I have missed 2 and 3. I'll append 2 now. See at the particular position next to 1. lst3 is equals to lst3 dot insert. So at which position I want to give? The position is 1 0 1. Okay. 1 comma 2. Let me enter this. Now if I check lst3, so you can see here it is appended at here, 2 is appended at here. This is nothing but index value. Yeah, I have not mentioned about the index value, right? Let me explain you all about the index value now. After that, you will get to know what is that particular inserting. Index. For example, let me take LST only. Now LST only is equals to 1 comma 2 comma 3 4 5 6. Now if I run it, so it is stored here. Now I can use a function called indexing. So lst dot index. Okay, lst dot index. I want to check the index of the value 3. Now if I run that, see it is gonna give you 2, because in list indexing, or else in the list, how the index it's gonna store, right? Like this one is considered as 0. I mean 0 1 2 3 4 5. From 0 it is gonna start indexing. For each comma separated, it is gonna give another thing as a one index. So this one is stored in the index value of 0. This 2 is stored in the index value of 1. So like this, it is gonna store the particular index value of each variable. You can even use like even the minus values, you can use it. Like example, I'll give -3. So what is it gonna give me? It's not listed. Index value of 3 is 2. Actually, it should give the minus value. I'll check and I'll mention that in the article about minus. Now let me show you a clear-cut example. Like I'll say print lst list of the particular index value I want. Here you can mention the index value. So the index value I'll give 1. Run it. See the index value 1 is the value of 2. I know you might be little confusing. Nothing friends. 0, 1, 2, 3. Index value always starts with 0. Wherever the comma is given, the next it's considered as the particular value. So the print the list of one index. So one index is 2. If I give the index of 4 and run it, it's gonna show me 5 because fourth index contain the value 5. So I hope you all understood about the indexing. Index, append, insert. Now in the insert also same it happens. Now where is the insert function? Yeah, insert. I have given here the index value 1. In this particular index, I want 2 to be there. Now I'll give another option like I'll give here index of 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, now I want the 3 to be reflected in the second index because you can see here 0th index is 1, first index is 2, now second index is 4, but I want here the correct value 3. So I can take second index and I'll give the value as 3. If I run that and now if I run this, see you can see a third index. If you have any doubts related to that, you can just come to this particular line and you can use shift plus tab. Use the keyword shift plus tab. Here you can see the definition and here it is going to show you all the example also. Built-in function. These all are the built-in functions of list. Indexing over now. List.reverse. We'll use this same example itself. We have already appended lst is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Reverse. Reverse. Now if I check lst, see you can see here 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nothing friends, reverse function is just used to reverse the values from. Now if I check the index value 0, for example, yeah, lst dot value of 0 and run it. Dot reverse index 3. 0 is not listed. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Let me check the index value of 6 now. It's gonna give me 0 because 6 is going to start with 0th index now because it got reversed. Now if I check the index value of 1, it is giving me 5 because 1 is at the 5th index. Okay, this is the use of reverse function, nothing else. Now I can use, I'll show you all about the remove function also now. Remove element from the particular list, but an error arises if the element does not exist in the list. You can use the method called list.remove. So we have list, right? I have already taken this particular variable itself, lst. So now I want to remove lst.remove value 5 and enter. Now if I check lst, you can see our 5th value is gone. It removed the 5th value. So just the remote function is used to remove the particular value in list. Next we'll see about pop. Pop is also used to remove the data from a data set, but by default it will remove the data from last element. So even pop is also used to just remove the particular value, but by default what pop does is it removes the last value, ending value. See, here you can see the 1 as the fifth index. Now if we use pop function, it is going to remove the 1. lst pop run. See, 1 got popped out. Now if I run and see here you can see 1 is not there. It just popped out the 1. Now if I again run this lst pop, it is going to pop out the 2. This is just the use of the pop method. lst.clear. Now it's time for clearing the entire this data set. It just deletes the entire data set, but in pop and remove helps us to just remove only one or two data from the particular data frame. Like in list, you can just remove one or two values using pop and remove, but using clear, it will be entirely washed out. st dot. You don't need to mention indeedly in here any values because clear is just used to remove everything. Even in pop, you cannot mention any particular argument or any particular value. If I mention any particular value and try to remove, yeah, pop is going to remove that particular value also. Now if I check, yeah, I forgot about that. If you give the value, particular index value here, it is going to remove that particular element in pop. So now LST contains only 6 and 3. Now if I give here clear, but in clear you cannot mention any particular arguments inside this. It is going to arise an error like I want to remove 3 or 4. Now if I try here, it is not going to take. Now if I give direct clear, it is going to completely clear that particular list. Now if you run the list also, no use because it is an empty list. So clear is just used to remove the entire thing what is available. We have option extend. Extend is used to like add some particular values. Add in essence, like I'll give an example here itself. Now LST contains empty, right? So LST is equals to, this time we'll take string. Now I'll run this one. Now LST contains the string. LST contains the string. I'll use the function called lst dot extend. I'll use and run this one. Okay, I have to do the string. Now if I check lst, you can see here I just gave the function called extend. It is giving me SAI. Like the main use of extend function is nothing but it is gonna just split whatever it contains. Like now I'll use here lst dot extend Kumar and run this. Now again if I check, see it is gonna like split everything and consider each and every character. Only this is the use of the extend function. So we have another function called copy. So until now, I hope you all understood. Nothing, friends. You have to like name the data frame dot whatever you want to do, copy or extend or clear or else pop. the particular method you have to give and mention the position value for which it is required. Now for copy, I want you all to do, I'll just give an int lst dot, you can use copy. Only this function, you can use this particular function and you can copy the variable. So I'm not gonna explain for copy because I want you all to try out copy, check the manual, try out and try to do it. So another two functions are left out, I guess. Now I'll say that I have to take a fresh variable. Next we are gonna see about count. Here I'll give a is equals to 1 comma 1 comma 2 comma 4 comma 5 comma 6. So the main use of count is nothing but it just gonna count the particular value how many it contains. Like I'll take now, I have already executed a, now you can see here. Now I'll use a dot count function. Count which particular value you want to count in this. I'll give 2. So only I have entered so many times 2. You can see here it is just going to count the 2 and it is going to give me how many times that particular 2 is present. You can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It gave me the count of 5. The use of count function is nothing to check the particular value how many times it is present. Now I'll give 1. You can see here 1 present 2 times. So that's all. That is the use of count function. We have another two functions now. Another two functions instance that is considered as one function only. Min and max. I'll take a only. A dot min. Now if I run this, min is used to find the particular like how much it contains. Okay. Yes, I made an error. Min and max. Now I use min minimum value of a and run this one. You can see here the minimum value. The smallest value is 1. Now if I use max of a and run 6. So this is min and max function, just it is used to like check the highest value and the lowest value. So day 8, it's first we are going to discuss about set, then we are going to discuss about dictionaries, then we'll see about tuple. So firstly sets. You don't need to think about the definition. Definitions will be available in the Medium article and the article link will be in the description. A set is an unordered collection data type in which it is iterable, mutable, and has no duplicate elements. Python set class represents the mathematical notation and sets. I guess you all might have learned about sets or set theory in maths at 10th. This set also performs the same. So you will be getting all in the practical example now. Now, for example, let's start the topic. Set. First video is set. A is equals to set of. So this is where I have created set of A. You can see here it is a set because I have used the function called set for creating a set. This is one option, or else you have another option like set underscore variable equals to 1, 2, 3, 4. You can create like this also now. Type of set underscore variable is equals to, you can see it is set. Okay, so this is one function. Now we'll see another one more function. I'll just directly copy it. That's all. This is how you can create a set. Now we'll see some inbuilt functions in set. Now I'll give you three, 2. So now I'll take this as a variable now. Now if you check for set underscore variable, see, it is just gonna give you 1, 2, 3, 4 because set avoids the duplication. It doesn't accept the duplicate values. It only accepts any values for one time. So let's see about another example now. Set is equals to, now I'll take here Amazon, Flipkart, Flipkart or P or K, any Flipkart. Okay. See, you cannot use this default set function. It is showing you all in green color because it's an inbuilt function. So I'll use set underscore 1. Now print 1. You can see here it is just gonna print. See, set 1. This is set 1 variable in which these all are stored. So this is the output. And you can see type of that one is a set. Now we'll see some inbuilt function in sets. Set underscore 1 dot add, I'll take Mintra. You can even add the values in set. You can see here even Mintra got added in this. So that's all, friends. This is one function called add, to add particular values. Now we have another function called difference. In difference also we have two types. First, let me create a variable. Set 1 is equals to something, I'll take like same, I'll copy out this one. So same, I'll copy, and now I'll add here map deal, and I'll even add like for an example. Now I'll execute this. Now if I take difference function like set 2 dot difference diff. If you press tab, you will get the option difference of set 1. Now if I run this, you can see here it will show you the difference in between those. Like it is gonna just compare and it will show you the difference. Now you have one more function called difference and hyphen update. Set 2 dot t, I press tab, you can see a difference, discard, update. Update set 1. Now if I run this, set 2 difference hyphen update set 1. Now if I'll check Set 1. Two. Here, that common things will get removed and only the different things are getting updated in set 2. So this is one function. Next, we'll move to dictionaries. That's all for sets. Dictionaries. So you can see a type of. So in sets also we have used these flower braces. In the dictionaries also we have used these flower braces. I'll tell you, but these flower braces are mainly represented for dictionaries to use it. So I'll tell you all it in detail now. Now if I take like directly we'll move to example. Understand friends, in the list I have explained you all in very detail. No one will do the video for half an hour in list. But I have done because I have explained very well and in very detail. Once you understand that same operations you can even perform here, only some minor differences are there, that's all. Dictionary, shop 1, I'll take Amazon, shop 2, I'll take Flipkart, shop 3, I'll take. So here you can see that I have given my DCT and then I have given the type of my DCT. And remember friends, in dictionaries you have to give this instance and then you have to particularly give this, for this instance this should be the output, for this instance this should be the output. Like this you have to store the key pairs, or else key value pair, or else this particular thing it is going to be considered as a set if you doesn't store like this. Now let us see about indexing. So to check the indexing in dictionary you can use mydct and you have to mention this particular key pair to get this particular key pair. I'm just taking an example of shop 2 and you can see that's a Flipkart. So this is about indexing. And then let's go about adding and updating dictionary. Adding and updating dictionary, no. Yeah, you can even use for loop in dictionary. Like for example, I use for x in my -dct, print x. Now if I run this, you can see here shop 1, shop 2, shop 3. It's just considering this instance. So I have stored it in x and it is going to be printed at x. So this is one option, and if you want this particular values, this particular values, then you can use here mydct dot, you can press for tab, you can see here these all are the functions you can use. I'm just going to use for values right now. You can try out all this pop item, everything. You all should try something. When you start trying only, you will start to learn something new. Now you can see here I'm getting the particular output of these values. If you directly check, you will get the instances. If you use this values option, you will get the values. So this is all about dictionary. We'll see about updating or adding something in dictionary. Adding and updating. Dictionary. Now like I want to add my hyphen d, my hyphen d is equals to, okay, let me first directly add it out. Then first I have to give the instance, right? So I'll take already given shop3, so shop4, and then I'll give it as shop C. Now if I run this, you can see here. Now if I check for this my DCT, see shop C is getting added. Next you have another option called nested dictionary. You can even use nested like nested loops. You can use multiple dictionaries in one dictionary. That's just a small definition of nested dictionary. In nested dictionary, like we have to use first, like I'll give dot model is equals to, I'll give something Audi, and its instance it was for example I'll give some year like 1991. Let me do one thing. Yeah, let me just create fastly. Control C. So here I'll give it as that, and I'll give it something like 1981. Here I'll give it as Honda 1995, and I'll run this. Okay. Car1.model is not defined. Okay. So let me give here car3. I have changed this one. Okay. And then we have to like car hyphen type is equals to, we have to define like car1 is equals to car1.model. I did not define it, so it was asking. Car2 is equals to car2.model. Car3 is equals to car3.model. Car1 is not defined. Okay. I got it. What I'm making wrong. I'm giving dot underscore. I'm giving it dot. It should be underscore. Sometimes the small mistakes happens. Again, I'm telling you, Python doesn't accept indentation error. Keep this in mind. Now you can see here it's done. Now if I'll check for car hyphen type, you can see here all I got. See, this is the one dictionary, this is the second dictionary, this is the third dictionary. Multiple dictionaries in one particular car. In one particular dictionary we have multiple dictionaries. Now then we'll go with accessing items. Like now we have already created a nested dictionaries, but now then how we are going to access it? Accessing items. print car underscore type. car1. I want car1. Now you can see here I can access using this particular instance. Now if I check for car1, I am getting Audi and this one. Now I have one question for you all. How can I just get only this particular year, not this one? For that, pause and comment the answer below. Now I'll continue it out. I'll give the answer right now itself, but kindly pause and try once more. I want you to try and comment it below. Add one more square bracket and then mention odd in it. Now it will go inside that. Firstly, it is going to one particular dictionary. Again, it is getting inside another dictionary. Then it's giving me this particular output. I hope you understood about this. Now that's all for that dictionary. Now we'll see about tuples. Tuples is a short topic. Tuples is not mutable and it is not defined and you cannot change it. Once it is defined, it cannot be changed. Tuple is very short, it's not so lengthy, and I guess it's not much important also. It's rarely used. Tuple is mainly used only for defining it once in particular project. For example, I took my icon tuple is equals to tuple. This is how you are going to define a tuple. For tuple, you have this, you should use this round braces. For list, you will be using this. For dictionary and set, you will be using this braces. And for tuples, you will be using this. Okay. Now, if I check type of my tuple, you can see here it's a tuple. Let me now define my -1 is equal to, this is an example. Now I'll take Abhi Vinod. Now if I run this, you can see here it got executed. Now in tuple indexing method is accepted. Only in dictionary indexing method is very different. In left everything it's same indexing method. Now my -1 of 0, if I check this, you can see here 0th index is Abhi. There are only two inbuilt functions for tuple. One is count and another one is index. My -1 dot count we'll see counts we'll see afterwards. However, I'm discussing about index. Now we'll show off C of index. Index of, I'll take Vinod. You can see here it is a second index 0, 1, 2, second index. Now let us see about count. For that, I'll take one for Vinod. My -1 dot count mention Vinod. Okay, I did not run this one. So let me run this once. Now if I check, you can see here it's giving the count. So day 9 of Python series. So today's topic is functions in Python. So first we'll see why functions, then I'll tell you the function definition, then we'll see about the positional and keyword arguments. And I'll not be typing the definition in this particular notebook because the definition and the detailed article link will be in the description. Do check out that link of the article. So function, you might have seen in some scenarios where you will write code again and again. Like in particular coding, like in your app or something, if you're gonna write one particular code, you might require to write again and again in different pages. Instead of that, if you use function, you can store all that code in one particular function and you can call that function again and again. It will save your time. This is the main use of function. And the definition of function is also that only. So let's start with an example now of function. Suppose if the number, I'll take a variable, number is equals to 19. If number percentile 2 is double equal to 0, print. I know you all might have know this code very well. Even, else you can print it is odd. Now if I execute this, you can see here it is giving you odd because it is not a even number. 19 is not a even number. So this is the one way of writing the code. Just this is the basic usage at where we are not using the function much. But now I'll show you the code with function. We are going to use def function, even underscore odd, and we'll take the same num itself, num. Same code. This is the particular same code I'm going to take. Copy. Why to waste the time? So this is there is an indentation error. We have to make it proper. I'll use tab here, and this should be near if, and this should be near this particular print statement. Now if I run this, see it is not showing you the output because it is stored in a particular this particular function. Now if I run even underscore odd, and if I run directly, it is showing because there is a positional argument missing. About positional argument and arg, I'll explain you slowly at further. Now just understand that it is missing. Now if I give any number here like 21, and if I run that, it is showing me odd. At here you have to give the number by a variable. But here if you use the def function, you can give the particular number here itself whenever you want to execute. You can even change the number and you can give again 19 and enter. Odd. Yeah, odd. So I hope you understood this. Now let us see the example of print and return. What is print and return? So I'll take again the same example, means I'll take the same def function, def a subscribers, print my channel. Now if I run this, it is stored in this particular def function. So if I copy this one and if I run it here, see it's not showing, but because it is stored in a particular like main function, it is showing you the location where it is stored. If you want to see the value, then you have to use this braces and you have to run again. So you can see here it is showing you the output. So this is one way of seeing, but if I take a value, I mean variable, and if I store that particular function there, and if I run that one, it is showing me same. But if I check the type of, or else like if I check the print using print statement, if I check the value, it is showing me none because it is not displaying this particular message, because it is just printing something which is only for temporary. This is the use of print statement. Only once it can print, again and again you cannot get that one. Now we will see the same thing in return function. So before that, return definition, return is used when a function is returning something back when it is executing. Like if we execute some particular code, we need something returned. So we use return function. But in print, we decide what we want to get in return. Here you cannot decide that you want something else to be printed, right? You will be like deciding what you want to print and you're typing it here. This is the use of print statement. Now I'll show you the example of return also. You will get the detailed idea. For return, I'll take same again def function, add underscore. Def is nothing but definition. Num2 print num2. Now if I execute this and if I check, now if I directly store it in variable value and if I check it, so num25 comma 25 and run this. So it's printing that particular value. But now if I check print val, it is showing me none because it is not displaying the particular output. But now if I remove this, instead of that, if I remove this return print statement and if I use return and again if I execute this and now if I use this, it is showing me the value. In that particular print statement, it was showing me here none because you cannot use this particular variable val again and again, because it can only temporarily print at here, but when you want to call it again and again using that particular val function, you cannot call it. But if you use return option, this return function, and if you execute it, you can call val multiple times. You can call val here, it will show you the same. In n number of places you can call val where it will show you the result. So I hope you understood the difference between print and return. Now we'll see about positional argument and keyword argument. Before that, like I'll show you the combined example at where you will understand both positional and keyword argument easily. Before that, let me tell you the definition of positional argument. Positional arguments are arguments that can be called by their position. By the name only it refers that it is called based on their position in the function call. Keyword argument, or it is a name argument that can be called or passed into a function and are identifiable and specific parameters names by specific parameter names. So positional, where you cannot give something default arguments, but in keyword you can give the default arguments. This is the basic example I'm telling you. Now I'll show you the example of combined of both example. Positional and keyword arguments. Now if I take def, I'll take YT, and I'll take name, comma, is equal. So if I want to provide something default, I'll take sub as 0. And if I execute this, now I'll print my YouTube channel name is, and I'll give a placeholder. I'll tell you why I gave this placeholder here. And tables are, now I'll use dot format option here. You can use multiple things, not only format. After this dot, if you press tab, you can see here many functions what you can use. I have explained some functions previously: split, strip, swap case, title, everything I have explained previously while I was explaining list, and you might have got the idea of this. So you try to use those different functions. I'm just going to use format for this, and I'll give name, comma, age, and I'll run this one. So this code got executed successfully. Now if I take YT, and now I should provide the channel name. Now I have to provide even the subscribers count, how many I have. Now present I have 127 when I'm recording this video. We'll see. Age is not defined. Age, not age. I want subscribers, right? Oh, sorry. Here I have given age. SUP sub. Now let me execute again. Yeah, see here. My YouTube channel name is, and its subscribers are 127. So you can see here it got executed successfully. But now this is called, like, positional keyword is this one, and this both are positional keywords. Now if I remove this 127 and if I execute blank, see, it is showing me subscribers are 0 because by default this is nothing but the keyword. This is keyword arguments, where if you won't give, or if you don't mention any particular value, by default it will consider the value which is given by the admin, or else the person who is executing the writing the code. And this is a positional keyword. Your name you have to compulsory give, or else the YouTube channel name you have to compulsory give to, like, show the result. So you cannot skip this one, and you cannot give any default value for this particular thing. If you try to give some default value for that, I'll take this as 127. Now if I remove this and if I try to execute, see here it is showing me invalid syntax because it is not gonna accept that one. And you should type in a string itself. If you give normal name and if you type also, it is not gonna accept because it is gonna think it as a variable. Sorry, variable, not value. Value or variable, yeah. You have to type it in a string itself. Yeah, you got it successfully. Only 127 subscribers. Come on, friends, subscribe. So that's all. This is the difference between positional and keyword arguments. You have another way of executing this one, that is asterisk arg s, comma, double asterisk kwargs. Okay, by seeing these unique names, you don't think that these are different. Only non-tech background might think, but those who are already a computer science students might have already heard this somewhere in C++ or in some other languages. ARGS nothing but it's an arguments, and this KWARGS is nothing but keyword arguments. So let me tell you the definition of ARGS. The special syntax ARGS is a function definition in Python. It is used to pass the variable number of arguments in a function. It is just used to pass the variable numbers of arguments. And KWARGS allows us to pass a variable number of keyword arguments of a function. So I'll tell you this one in detail. You don't need to think of the definition. You will be getting that in an article. The link will be in the description. Check out the article. Follow me on Medium. So let me go with a code now. Example code for ARGS and KWARGS. Here, I'll take it as hello, and I'll give it as hash trick ARGS. We have to mention ARGS now, comma double asterisk ARGS, KWARGS. And now let me print this. I have to print off this one directly now. Then I'll show you how to execute ARGS print KWARGS. Now let me execute it. So this one asterisk refers you arguments, and this double asterisk refers you keyword arguments. Keep this one in mind. So let's check hello. And now you can give like multiple arguments and keyword arguments. It will automatically segregate the keyword arguments, and it will show you the output. So I'll take here Vinod, comma, comma, T. Now what I'll do, these are the arguments. And now I'll take the keyword arguments. My sub is equals to 127, comma, is equals to 20, comma, is equals to 1020. Now let me execute this. You can see here it is automatically segregating the arguments and keyword arguments. Not only here, you can you might think this one it is automatically segregating from here. You can even give it in the middle, I guess. So I'll cut this one. And let me paste it here. And now if I run this, follows keyword arguments. Okay, syntax error. Positional arguments follows keyword arguments. You have to give positional arguments separately and keyword arguments separately, then only it gets executed. Okay, so these are positional arguments and these are keyword arguments. You can see here positional arguments are stored in normal braces and keyword arguments are stored in flower braces. You have even one more option for this. And two, list is equals to, let me store this particular keyword arguments in this list. And then DIC dictionary, I'll create a dictionary. DICT1 is equals to, I'll directly copy this entirely. Now if I execute this, it got executed. Now if I check hello, lst list comma dict hyphen 1 underscore 1. See, it is considering everything as arguments only here. This is an technical error. It is considering everything, both of these values into arguments, and then it is leaving the dictionaries, I mean keyword arguments blank. How can you rectify this? Nothing, friends. To rectify this, you have to mention. So this particular list is a normal argument, so I have to mention an asterisk before that. So this is a keyword argument. Now if you run this one, it is like getting executed properly. You can see here. These are the two ways you can execute the arguments in keyword arguments. And we have come to the final stage. Now let us see the last example for this, and that's list. You can even run the for loop using this one. I'll show you how to run the for loop. We'll go with some situation right now. You want to print the sum of even and odd numbers. Sum means total. So I'll take first a lst list is equals to, and I'll store 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. And I'll execute this list. So situation where this is. We use def function. I want you all to comment the meaning of def. Even, odd, sum. We are gonna find sum, so I'm just giving even odd sum of lst. We have already created a lst list, so of list even underscore sum is equals to 0. To run for loop, we have to give this one particularly. Odd underscore sum is equals to 0. Now let us run with for loop. For, I'll take I in list. It should consider as I. If I percentile 2 double equals to 0, even, I'll take tab. If you press tab, you will get the option to directly select. Even sum equals to, again you can select tab, even sum plus I. So it should get incremented, right? For that, so we are giving plus I. Else, odd sum equals to odd sum plus I. Actually, Jupyter Notebook auto completion is like little old. If you press on tab, it should go to the particular call and it should show you the result. Instead of that, you can only type faster before it shows the result. So the code is done. Now I want to return even. Again, let us press tab. Even underscore sum comma odd underscore sum and enter. Run this. So this code got executed successfully. Now I'll show you the let me press even odd sum of LST. Let us consider LST now. So for LST, if I run this code, what's the error? Even sum. Even hyphen sum is equals to 0. Odd hyphen sum is equals to 0 for I in LST. If I percentile 2 double equals to 0, correct. even underscore sum is equals to even underscore sum plus I, done, correct. Else odd underscore sum is equals to odd underscore sum plus I, return. Okay, so I made the indentation error here. Sometimes even it does not show you the indentation error. It should come at the for loop line, not at the else line. So or else it will consider this return also. So let me run this again. See, it can show, you can see the sum now, 20 comma 25. If you want, you can even calculate this 1 to 9 numbers. In this you can remove the odd number and even number, you can calculate, you will get the answer 20 and 25. Now, so this is video 10 of Python series. So we are gonna learn about Lambda function. Okay, so Lambda function is nothing but a small and anonymous function. It is used only for a short period of time. Nothing to worry about the definitions. Definitions will be available in the article. The article link will be in the description of this video. Do check out the article. So Lambda function take any arguments but can only have one expression. So it can take any arguments, but it can have only one expression. Remember that. That is the only use of Lambda function. So I'll mention the Lambda function syntax for you all because it is like somewhat complex, right? So syntax of Lambda function is nothing but Lambda arguments colon and then your expressions. So nothing to worry. We'll see this in example. This is just a syntax. So this is the use of like syntax of Lambda function. Now I'll just show you all an example of using this syntax, what you can do. So based on that example, you get the idea of Lambda function. Example 1, x is equals to lambda a colon a plus 10. Now if I run this, it got run. Now if I print x into 5, that is 10 5s are 15. 10 plus 5, okay, sorry, 10 plus 5, 15, yeah. So this is just the use of the Lambda function, nothing else. In one line of code, you can write it. It is just an anonymous function. Even I'll show you another example for this. I guess you all might have confused little. Example 2, that is x is equals to lambda a comma b. Now this is an argument. So I'll take an expression as a into b, and now I want to print x of 5 comma 6. Now if I run this one, okay, so print, it's 30. 6 5s are 30. So you can see here I have taken the, like I have taken the variable and I have used the variable and I have used the multiplication symbol. So I have given the expressions for that and it is going to multiply values for that particular expression. So this is the use of lambda function. Why we use lambda function? The power of lambda function is better to show when you use as an anonymous function inside another program. If you want to use something as an anonymous programmer inside some other program, you can just use Lambda function. Like even you can use def function in Lambda function. So I'll show about the def also. Uh, of Lambda. Okay. Function and return lambda a into n. Now if I run this, it got run. Now if I give it a value of 5 into n. Yeah, still the code is there. Yeah, still the code is there. Double is equals to function of 2. Now if I print double of 11 and run this, you can see it's giving me 22. Nothing but like it's gonna take the particular lambda function and it's gonna multiply with n. Then in double we are storing this particular function variable, that is n, and that will be value of 2. Then we are gonna print double into 11, that is 2 into 11, that is 11 to the 22. So this is the answer. This is the use of double function here. Even you can use triple function also. So I'll show you. Triple is nothing but there you will be reflecting with 3. My doubler is equals to function. Okay. Now I want to print something for triple times is equals to actually function 3. I'll give it as 3. Now if I take this particular print again, print triple 11 and run it, you can see here you got the output. So this is the basic use of lambda function. There are some more programs to be done about lambda function. What and all codes you can do, I'll be detailing mentioning on the article, like screenshots from which you can practice. And this is the main basic idea of lambda function. I hope you all understood about this. So friends, this was day 10 lambda function. If you have not watched that video, do check out that video. And so now let us go to day 11, that is map function. Let me do make it normal for you all. Function. So we are on the 11th video. So from 6th video, this is actually the second Jupyter Notebook. So from 6th video, these all things will be uploaded in my GitHub. This particular Jupyter Notebook will be uploaded in my GitHub. You can check out that. I'll be providing the link of that GitHub repository in the description. So firstly, let me tell you the definition of map function. A map function executes a specified function for each item in an iterable. The item is sent to the function as a parameter. It is nothing but each executes each item as an iterable. Then it sends that to the particular function's parameter. So I'll show you all the syntax. Don't worry about the definition and the example codes. Everything will be available in my Medium article. The article link also will be in the description. So syntax. I'm just giving a syntax for you all. Map function, comma, iterables. So this is the particular syntax of the map function. And I have already told you all the definition. Now let's try out an example code for map function. I'll take a normal even or odd code only. I'll use def for this also. Def even underscore odd. I want num inside this parameter. Even underscore odd, and I want the num inside this parameter. And if number percentile to double equals to 0. I hope you all know this code because you have saw in many other coding platforms. I mean coding languages also in C, C++. Return the number is odd. Else return the number is even. Okay, let me run this code. So it got run successfully. Now num not num. Okay, wait a second. Even underscore odd. So I'll give as 22 and let me execute that. So this is odd. Code ran successfully. Now let me check for even number also 23. This is even. So it's running successfully. So this is one way you can do the particular code. Normal, this is not a map function. This is normal while loop and if loop. So before using the map function, let me show you all another example for that also. And copy the same code and I'll paste it here. And now what is the option I have is this the number. I'll give here parenthesis and I'll say that to use format. For about format function, I have explained in my previous video, that is video 9. If you have not watched that video, do watch it. There I have explained in detail about list, tuples and dictionaries. If you don't watch that, you won't understand this particular format, particular code. Let me run this now. Now if I check for even underscore odd 23 and run, you can see here this is even. Okay, I forgot to clear the parenthesis. Now if I run this, the number 23 is even. You can use this particular option. So this is not a map function. This is normal way to write the code. Now we'll see about map function. A good example about map function. Then we'll try to execute another one complex situation problem. So like I'll again use def map function. A comma B. A comma B. A plus B. Let me run this. X is equals to, I'll use here now map function. Map my function apple banana cherry. I'll take this example. Now I'll take a comma. Let's give another unique names here like kiwi, dragon fruit. So, however, the fruits topic came, so I want to comment your favorite fruit below. So, my favorite fruit is dragon fruit. Do comment your favorite fruit below. This is just a small task for you all. So, X is done. My function is not defined. Okay, sorry. I used map function, right? Map function. Now, if I print X, okay, so this is printing in the form of memory location. So actually map function uses lazy programming method, lazy coding method, where it does not directly show you the output. It just directly shows the memory location. That's all. So if you want to see the output, again you have to type open brace. Yeah, side, let me tell it. List, take this and close this here. Okay, one more bracket. Now let me run this. So you can see here it got like merged both this particular set of code and this particular set of code got merged, and it gave me apple, kiwi, banana, dragon fruit, cherry, lemon. So nothing but map function uses the lazy technique. It got merged here, so converts the map into a list. This is just a small program of conversion. That's it. So this is a basic code. Now let us see one more code now. The video length is going on increasing, so I'll directly use this particular example itself now here. I'll run this one again, and then I'll use a list. Let me to copy a particular list from somewhere. So yeah, this is the one more list. I'll run this one, and now if I use list map function, even hyphen odd underscore odd comma lst. Now what will be the answer, friends? I'll run this. You can see here the number 1 is even, the number 2 is odd, the number 3 is even. So nothing but it got like looping, it got looped into this particular code. So if you want to like get one after another like this output, you can use another method that is called looping, where you have to write a for loop or while loop statement where it should like each number should get looped, then it should print. It's like a 3 to 4 lines of code. But if you want to directly get the answer in one line of code, you can use this lazy method called as map function. So nothing to worry. The detailed article will be about map function will be available in the description. You can check out that article. And also, I want you all to try something on map function and lambda function. Try to code. If you code only, you will get the answer and you get the practice. Filter function and video 12. So friends, let me first tell you all the definition. A filter function is nothing but which returns an iterator when the items of the filter through the function and it does not accept. Let me tell you all easily, like it's nothing but it just checks the particular code and checks the requirements. Based on that, it just only filters what you requires to you based on your requirements. Let's understand this with coding example. You don't need to take tension about the definition or anything because I have already created a detailed article about filter function. That article link also will be available in the description, including definition is available in that. You can check out that article. Now let me just show you all a basic example of filter function where you will easily understand. Only one example you will easily understand. So example of filter function. So let me take for this order even number only because we need minimum two scenarios. I mean true or false. We have to decide. Then only we can perform a filter function. So I'll take def function. Def if the particular odd hyphen eve even equals to num. If num percentile 2 double equals to 0, return true. Only one condition is enough for us. So to filter, we are just gonna filter, right? So we don't need false here. So for that, we need to take something list. So I'll take lst is equals to 1, 2, 3, 9. Let's take till 9 for this particular question. Now what we are gonna do is we are just gonna use filter function. Filter is nothing but an inbuilt keyword. So in Python, many of the functions or else many of the inbuilt keywords are there which you have to remember. With that, you can perform the task anything easily. Filter. So I want to filter out what I would filter out. So I have already created a function in which I want order even. So I'll take, I have to like mention that only odd hyphen ev underscore eve comma and you have to mention which you want to filter out. So I want to filter LST. Now if I run this, yeah, so you can see here it is showing you the memory location where it is saved. So if you want to see this particular output, what you have to do, nothing but just add a list in front of it, not the list uh, bracket. You should type the list keyword, inbuilt keyword, and you have to open and close the normal brackets and run this one. Now you can see here which are even numbers. 2, 4, 6, 8 are even numbers. So it got displayed easily. It got filtered. So if I give here false instead of true, now it should show me to this return true LST. Okay, so it's if when I gave it false, it is not showing because I have given it false, so it is showing the empty list. Now it is showing the only even numbers which it contains. So I hope you understood this particular filter function with just one example. Now let me ask you a question. Can we use any other inbuilt function in this filter function like lambda function or map function? For that, if you ask me, yes, you can definitely use it. So let me show you a small example of lambda function using filter function. Filter. For this, I have already created that one. So I'll directly create a list inbuilt keyword. I'll open brace. Then I'll again use file filter. Now again open brace. Now take the lambda function and now mention the argument number. So the number. Yeah, I'm just taking a num keyword. So num percentile 2 double equals to 0. So this is my function which it should perform, and I'll take list. Now if I run that one, see, you can see the same output. And now finally lambda function is done. Can we use map function? For this also I'll remove this one and I'll try to keep it here. I'll remove filter. So this is the basic difference. In map function, you can see here it just tries to iterate everything and it will show you which is true, which is false. So according to the list, 1 is not an even number, so it is giving me false. 2 is an even number, so it's giving me true. This is just a basic difference between map and filter function. In filter function, it just segregates and show you the only output of the filtered output of what you require. But in map function, it directly shows you in Boolean type which are including which is required and which is not required. It just does not segregate, but filter function directly segregates. So list comprehension, let me tell you the list comprehension definition firstly. So again, there is no need to remember the definition or anything because those definition and the detailed article and even this Jupyter Notebook link will be available to you all in the video description. So you don't need to worry about that. Let's start with the list comprehension now. List comprehension is nothing but the way in which we can provide or we can create the list in consist of expression followed by clause of zeros and more than if clauses. More if clauses and for clauses can be used, and you know what is the beauty of list dictionary and set comprehension? You can write the code just in one line, same like lambda function. So let me now explain you all with the code. Firstly, I'll directly show you all with the example, and the definitions and everything will be in the below Medium article. You can check out that, including the examples. So let me start with the list comprehension now. I'll take an example as I want to like multiply the particular list values. Let me take lst is equals to, I want to create some list now. I'll create random 1 comma 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So this is just a particular list. I have run this one, so it is running successfully. Now what I can do is, if you want to create an list comprehension, firstly you have to open an empty list. So in this now you can directly do whatever you want. Like now I want to multiply this particular list. I want the square of this particular list. What I can do is I can use I square I multiplied by I. I multiplied by I. Then you can start typing code for I in LST.
So until here the code is run, because it starts to iterate the particular code, for it is going to check with the for loop. Now let us go with if clause. If I percentile 2 double equals to 0. That's it. If we do this, we will get the output. Now if we run that one, you can see here 4, 16, 36, 64, 2 to 4, 16. Okay. So this is nothing but I am going to run the squaring of only the even numbers. So it is giving me this. So if I remove this one and if I run directly, okay, I haven't closed the list. Let me close the list. Now you can see here 1, 2 square 4, 3 square 9, 4 square 16, 5 square 25. So it's just directly squaring it out. Not only this, even you can create a particular variable and then you can even store this particular list. Now if I paste this, and now I'll give that particular if clause which was missing. Equals to this one. Okay. Now if I give here the if clause, if I percentile 2 double equals to 0 and run this. Now if I call lst1, you can see here I'm getting the output of only the even numbers. You can see here 4, 16, 36, 64. This is the easy way to create list and where it is used. If you want to square particular number, or if you want to fastly create some list, instead of using some other functions, you can directly use this. With the just one line of code, you can directly iterate everything. But in normal list functions, if you have seen my list, if you have not seen my list video, go and check out the list video. There you can see how much big process is there to create a particular appending of the list. In normal cases, what you have to do, you have to use the dot append function and you have to run it, and then you have to check the like square of the particular values. It is more memory consuming process, but here only one line of code and less memory consumption and even time consumption. You can type the code faster and easier. It saves your time and even your memory allocation in your particular code. Let me give you all with another example right now for LST. If I take ex2, many of them will get confused again, of LST comprehension. I'll take again the same particular example of list. Yeah, just copy this list. I'll paste it here. I'll take this as lst2 is equals to this one. And now what I want to do is I want percentile 3 double equal to 0 only, which is multiple of 3. Now what I can do, I'll just open a flower brace. I for I in, I guess you all know this one, lst2, this code. If you want only multiple of 3, you can just use something called as if I percentile 3 double equals to 0. You will get the multiples of 3. Now if I run this, you can see here only 369 is multiple in this particular code. Means which can be divided by multiples of 3. So that's all friends. This is not just basic example of the list comprehension. There are even many more examples. That examples will be available in the article. Check out the article. Now let's go with the second topic, that is dictionary comprehension. Dictionary comprehension. This is dict. We can use the word called dict, default word. I'll take dict1 dict1 double equals to first let's go with an easy example. So dict1 is equals to, I'll take it, and now I want to print the values x value also, and even again I want to print the particular x value, and I have to again same, I have to square the x value. I want to square the x value. So what I can do now, I'll use for x in Dict you can even create a list. Now you have to create a list for the values, right? So you can use 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 5 comma 6. I'll just use it till 6. Now this is nothing but it is gonna just square this particular list, and it is gonna divide the keys and values separately, and it is gonna print out. So let me show you all. Now this is run. Now if I call Dict1, you can see here 1 is your keys and values. 1 for 1 multiple is 1 only. 2 square 4, 3 square 9, 4 square 16, 5 square 25, 6 square 36. You can use even this method in Dict. I'll give an example for example 2 for Dict also. I guess I did not say you all the definition of Dict. Let me tell you the definition of Dict. A dictionary comprehension allows you to run the for loop on dictionary and do something like item transferring or filtering and returning a new dictionary. It is just used to filter or transform the particular item, and it will help you to return the new dictionary. You can even use if like list and even some sets in this particular dictionary. Multiple things can be used in this. It is not that only you have to use the key values and keys and values for the particular dictionary. It depends on the code. So now let's go with the example 2 right now. Example 2. So in example 2 of Dict, now I'll take, we'll try to take a scenario. Dict1 Dict1 is equals to, okay, I have already used that, right? Can again use it, but I don't want to again use and confuse you all. So Dict1 is equals to, I'll take keys and values right now. I'll take A, that is 45, or anything. I'll give you an easy example, 6, comma, I'll take B, and I'll give this as 65, comma, I'll take again a capital A now. And I want this also to be 6. So now what we can do here, the scenario is, I want the lower A value 6 and capitalized A value 6 to be added, and I want the total value of the both. And I want them both to be combined and give me only one key and one value in which the output should be there. So what I can do, I can take particular value, like I can take L dot lower. So first value is containing lower, so I'll take L dot lower, and I'll open the brace in Dict. Now I'll take Dict Dict2 dot get, nothing but dictionary2 dot get L dot lower, comma 0. I guess this code you might feel complex, but if you try to understand it, it will be easy because these all are advanced. I forgot to tell you all, now you all have already entered into the advanced section of Python series. From this video, you all are entering to the advanced section. Your basics are completed. Now let us take Dict2 dot get. I'll take again L dot upper, and I'll open this. I'll give an empty brace and I'll give it 0. Now this is done. I want the lower value and upper value to be added, and I don't want any numbers to be given extra. Like I don't want to add any extra numbers. and I want the upper and lower to be added, and even the key should be only a, smaller a. So this is the particular code. Now I'll write for loop for L in 3t2 dot keys. I'll use this keys. So what will happen? The keys will get added. So these are the keys, and these are the keys, and these are the values. So it's getting added, and it is giving me the output as 12. Try to understand this code and try to execute. You will get to know. If I use here L dot upper, what will happen? Run it. See, it is just giving me the output. Both should be added, and I want them to only give me in this particular a, not the small a. I hope you understood this. Finally, we have come to the last topic, that is set comprehension. There is one more topic, that is generator comprehension. Before that, I have to make a generator video. After that, I'll release the generator comprehension separately, or else you will not understand that. Set comprehension. So as you all know, sets means nothing but it is just going to remove the duplicate values. Set comprehension is a method for creating sets in Python using the elements of other iterables like list, set, or tuples. Just like we use list comprehension to create list, we can use the set comprehension. Instead of for loop, we create a new list and add the items into that particular list. That's it. Don't worry, these all the definitions will be in the article, and even the examples will be there in the article. In article, I have given the different examples only for your understanding, or it might be same. So I'll take SQU. I'll just take a shortcut. It's nothing but square is equals to. So for sets also we use the same flower brace. If you don't know about this, why you are using, check out my dictionary, tuples, and sets video. The link of that particular video will be available on below in the description, and also it will be available in the iCard session. I'll take square x for x in, I'll take the list. I'll try to complete it faster now. 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. Only 5 are enough. Okay, I need duplicate values, right? 5 comma 1 comma 2 comma 3. Let me take randomly 3, and finally I'll give here as 2. Now what I want to run this particular, I have completed this. Now if I run this, it's done. Now if I print skew, you can use print and print also, and directly also you can print. I like printing directly. So you can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just gonna remove the duplicates, and you are writing the code in just one line. For square, only this example is enough. I guess you are not gonna use square comprehension.
So it is nothing but it's a string formatting. We are gonna discuss about the advanced string formatting. So you are into the advanced section now. Basics is over. So I have not mentioned the name itself. Here I'll mention it. This is just a small short video about string formatting. It's not so big, typical, and it's easy to understand. It will be around 6 to 9 minutes video. So let's start the topic. String formatting definition. This format method is used to specify the values and insert them inside the string's placeholder. The placeholder is used to define using the curly braces. Placeholder. Okay, let me to directly explain you all with an example so it will be easy. I have given definition here itself and even a syntax here itself because there is no article going to come about string formatting because it's very easy concept, and moreover we cannot write only about the string formatting a very small article. So I am not going to write any article about string formatting. Let me run the topic now. So firstly, normally let me show you all how you write the string. We just normally write the string by using print hello subscribers. So this is nothing but the easiest way or the way in which we write about the string. So string is nothing but which is enclosed in double quotes or single quotes. Just to remind you all. If you don't know about this, you can check out the previous videos of Python series. What is string? So let me show you how to do the string formatting with an example one. So it's just an example one of the particular series. I'll say that let us use def function. We have to use def function for string formatting. I'll use a keyboard called sub, and in this I'll write name. So here I want to return hello, and I'll give an empty placeholder. So in string formatting we define using this particular empty placeholder. Thank you for subscribing my channel. Dot. Now here what you have to do, you have given an empty placeholder. Now if you run this, nothing is going to happen because it will directly print only. Okay, let me give this now. See, it is giving you an error that a positional argument name is missing because we have used the empty placeholder but we have not assigned anything to that. So for assigning to the particular empty placeholder, we use dot format, and in that we should assign using name. So now what will happen? This particular name will get assigned in this. So let me run this again, and now let me give here the name of the particular person whom I want to call, or else let me directly call hello viewers. You can see here hello viewers, thank you for subscribing. If you are not subscribed my channel, do subscribe viewers. So okay, this is the example one. You can see here I have used this particular empty placeholder, and using dot format I have assigned to that. This is your first basic example, example one. Let's go with example two. For example two now, we'll use again same def function. In string formatting we normally have to use def function. So what we can use here, let us use I'm just taking an example of hotel, and for this I want to give as name comma room number, and just give room. And now what I'm gonna return, hello. Now I have given the particular person name is getting assigned. Next, your room number is, and again I'll give an empty placeholder here. Now using dot format, I want to assign it name comma room. When I run this and finally I want to check it out, for that I have to call that particular function and I have to give it a name. So let me give it hello Vinod, comma room number is, I'll give him 200. Let me execute it. See here, hello Vinod, your room number is 200. So this is normally used to call the particular empty placeholder. So you can use multiple empty placeholders and you have to define it at the last. Now first suppose I have given this placeholder, and if I give again an empty placeholder here and run this and again run this, you can see here it is saying the error particular in this line because we have given an empty placeholder and we have not used it. So it is saying that index out of 2 of positional arguments, only 2 of them are satisfied, but the third empty placeholder is not getting satisfied. So if you give the placeholder, you have to definitely define it. Now it got satisfied. Now we'll try out with, let me tell you all another example or another issue, how to solve that also. I'm just taking this for the reference, that's all. To explain the issue, the particular above same code I'm using it. So now what will happen now if I remove this name from here and if I give the name here, so it's different. Now if I use hotel and if I give here, this time I'll give Abhi, comma 120. And if I run this, see, hello 120, your room number is Abhi. So it's a wrong syntax. That is because you have changed it here. Now how to check it out? Here you can see that there are 2 placeholders, so you can easily find out that okay, this is the error. But when there are multiple placeholders and multiple lines, how you are going to find it out? So for that there is another option. We can define here room is equals to, again I'll define room, name is equals to name. After defining here, what it happens, it will just get executed to particular that only. And now in this placeholder you have to definitely mention this is name and this is the room. Execute this and this. Now you can see here it's automatically getting corrected. So yeah, that's it. That is iterables versus iterators. Let me first tell you the definition of iterables. Iterable is one of the basic and important concept in Python. So where it can store multiple values and has capable of returning them one by one. So this is the basic advantage of iterables. Again, you don't need to worry. The previous video I have not written the article because it was very small concept. In this video, this is little advanced. I'll definitely giving you the article link in the below where you will be getting the definition of iterables and iterators and also the example codes with the differences. You can basically follow that. Okay, I guess you might have not understood the definition properly. Let me tell you about iterables right now. So in iterable, when you initialize all the values get saved in the memory location. Just understand this. Iterable can accept list, tuples and even sets. Now we'll try out with list for now. I'll be giving you an example of list now. Example of iterables. LST is equals to, let me give a random, yeah, let us give alphabetical only. Sorry, numerical only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll give till 6 and I'll execute this. Now let us go with for I in LST print I. So what happens here, you can see here it is just returning the particular list whichever we have typed. It is just going and it is just getting iterated and it is just entering the giving the output of that particular values like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like it is just almost like using for loop. This is the basic use of iterables, nothing more in iterables to tell you all. But one main advantage of iterables is it will get saved. The particular code whichever we are typing and the values whichever will be giving, everything will be saved in the memory location. And you can even perform some operations like min, all, max, and even sort. These type of operations can be performed in iterables. This is just a basic usage of iterables. Now let us go to iterators, the main important topic where you all might get confused. So iterators, let me just tell you all the definition first. Iterator is, let me check it 1 second. Don't worry, the definitions will be available in the Python article which I will be given below. The article related to iterable versus iterators. Okay, a iterator is an object that can be iterated upon, meaning that you can traverse through all the values. So what happens in iterator is it will not get saved. Every values will not get saved, and it will not even consume your memory, and it is just going to save as an object. So in iterables, what happens is it will get saved, everything will get saved, whatever you're gonna write, and the memory consumption will be there. But in iterators, no memory consumption. Just keep that in your mind, and it will use underscore iter function and also an next function. So iterator normally uses the iter function. I'll just give you a basic view of iterator. All values are not initialized. They are initialized after calling using the inbuilt function called next. Just keep it until there. I mean, just understand until there. We'll use the same example LST only for this also. I'll just copy so that you will not get confused. So I'll take LST1 and I'll execute this. Now what happens is I'll take any other L. I'll take any other variable. L is equals to, if you want to save something in iterator, you have to use the inbuilt function called iter, and then you have to save it using lst1. Now it gets saved. Now if I check for L, you can see here it is just saving as an object. So here in this memory location it is saved. Now if we try to check for the particular LA list, it is giving you just an object. But how you are gonna check this? Whereas here if you just check it out, you are getting the entire output at a time. For this you have to, if you want to check the value, you have to use a inbuilt function called next only for iter. If you are using iterator, you have to definitely use the next function. Iter, I'll give next and I'll give 1. Now if I run this, see it is giving you 1. So we can check it. Then 2. Then 3. It is slowly only gonna give the next functions. 4. I have given until 6, right? 5. 6. See, once the particular values are done, it is saying that stop iteration. Because this is an error, exception, where in next function we cannot run this particular exception. It is giving you all the stop iteration once every values are completed. So now if you want to again run it, you have to again use this particular code, and then again you have to run from first. If you give next, only you can see the values. The basic. Okay, now if you want to run multiple, how you are gonna run it? We used to retrieve the values. The main use of next function is just only to retrieve the values, so that we can keep an eye that which value should be entered into the memory and which value should not be entered into the memory. By this we can save our memory of the particular RAM, whereas in iterables we cannot retrieve it. everything will get directly saved, and we cannot keep an eye whether only the values which have been entered are entering, or else some other unwanted values are getting entered. It is even consuming the memory. Now if you want to run, if you want to see all the values at a time, what you are going to do for that? For that also we can use same again for loop, for I in L, print I. So you can see here already I have given next and I have already called the one. So it is not calling one again because it is at this particular point. From here it is calling the next for loop. Have you observed one thing? In next function, once it's completed till 6, it is giving you the stop iteration. But whereas in for loop, once it is completed till 6, it is not giving the stop iteration, because in for loop, once it get traversed to the last iteration, it will automatically comes out of the loop, because there is an exception handling which is already written in the for loop. But whereas for next it is not written. Don't worry about the exception handling. About exception handling we'll discuss about in the upcoming videos. Exception handling is more advanced. Only understand till this. In iterables, the memory consumption will be there and you can see all the values. You can traverse through all the values. But whereas in iterators, if you run also, the memory consumption will not be there, only it will be saving as an object. If you want to continue, you have to use a next function, or else you have to use for loop. And once in next function, if you complete everything, you will be getting an error called stop iteration. It means all the values are completed. So friends, these are the basic differences between iterator versus iterables. I hope you all understood about iterables versus iterators. So do try about in iterables, do try out giving some functions like .min, .max. Try out with that example, you will definitely understand. It's related to iterators versus generators. About iterators, I don't need to especially explain you all, because my previous video was about iterables versus iterators. If you have not seen that, kindly go and watch that for better understanding. Now let's directly dive into the topic. So iterators, I'll just give a basic view. Iterators, all values are not initialized, they are initialized only after calling an inbuilt function called next. So let me run it fast for you all. L is equal to, we use iter function for iterator, lst. So let me call the lst first. I have not defined lst, right? Lst is equals to, I'll take list only for this, 1 comma 2 comma 3. We'll just, this is just a basic, right? So if you want in detail explanation about iterator, do watch my previous video, that is video number 14. So lst is done. Now if I run this, it gets it lst is converted into iterator now. Now if I check for L, so it is showing me that it's an iterator. It is stored in this particular memory location. Now if you want to see the values which are in iterator, you have to use an inbuilt function called next. Using next, you can see that, so you can see 1, 2, 3. Only using next you can see it. Once everything is completed, you will get an error called stop iteration. Even if you want to see every values at once, you can see it using for loop. If you want to know about that, kindly watch my previous video, because I don't want to again repeat about iterators. Let us directly try to dive to generators. Generators. So generators are basically used to create iterators only. Like it is inbuiltly, it is trying to create an iterator. For that, we'll check out in the video itself. In iterators, we use next function, whereas in generators, we use yield function. I'll show you it with an example. Before that, don't worry, every definitions and every functions related and even the examples of generators and iterators and differences, you will get about all this and detailed article, and the article link will be in the description. You can check out there. We'll directly dive into an example now. So in generator, I'll use a def function. In generator doesn't have an inbuilt function like gen or something, but whereas in iterator there is an inbuilt function called iter. About differences we'll talk at last. Let me show you how to use generator now. Def square, I am taking an function called square of n numbers, and I'll take for I in range of n. For this also I'm giving n only. Now I'll use an function called yield. So yield. What you want to yield? So you want to like get I asterisk 2. If you run this now, it got run. Now if you check for I in square, if you check, I'll give n as initialize n as 10, and if I print I, you can see here it is just giving the numbers 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, all the second values, and if you type a is equal, I want to initialize it, a is equals to square of 4, and if I run this, actually I have saved in this particular this one. Using yield function only you can perform this. Now if I give it asterisk again and if I run it, you can see here 0, 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, 36. It's like square root of 2. It's giving you the square root of 2. Whereas for here what I have done is I have taken a variable and I have initialized that square is equals to 4. Now if why did I do this? Because not only in iterators, even we can use next function in generators also. If you want to see only the next value, you can use next function in generator also. You can see here 0. Now if I run it again, 2, 4, 6. Now it will give you stop iteration because here I have initialized only 4. Only 10 I have given here, so it's giving you the square root multiples of 2. It's continuously going on. So if you can even give here how many numbers you like. I'll give here again 20 right now. And if I run it, you can see here for loop. And here also you can give how many numbers you like, that many. But if you give that many numbers, that many times next is required, or else you can write for loop to see everything. Here 4, 9. I guess now stop iteration should arise. That's all friends, that is the basic difference between generators and iterators. Generator is nothing but it's like technically it's trying to generate the iterators only. Now let me tell you all the basic differences between iterators and generators so that you will get a clear view. To create iterators we use iter function or keyword, whereas for generators we use the def function, and we also use yield function. Generators use yield function and keywords is saved locally, but whereas in iterators they are not saved locally, but it's just an object created. Generators helps you to write big function faster and in compact code. In generators you can write the code faster, like if you want to generate the billions and billions of number, like if you want to generate 2000 number, 2000 square root of particular this 2000 numbers you want to generate, you can generate it within a minute. I don't want to run it because it will keep on running until it completes the 2000. Whereas in iterators you cannot do that. In generators you can do it in iterators also, but the code is a little lengthy process. Whereas in generators you can use just a generate function. I mean, you can use just a yield function and you can generate it everything directly. In iterator there is more memory efficiency, because in generators or else iterables, what and all is getting, that is getting stored in a memory location, whereas in iterators it is not getting stored. Only whichever is required, that is getting stored. We can save our RAM with that. Things generators and iterators, and the common thing is generators and iterators use the next keyword. So I hope you all understood this.
So let me clearly tell you all, firstly, I'm not gonna write any article for this particular video because these all are the short comments which you should remember. So our first video command, our first command will be that percentile ls. It will show you the list of files available in that particular directory. So when you use this percentile ls option, it will show you the directory name and then the list of files available in that particular directory. Now let me comment this out. Okay, fine. Now if you want to, you have even another option. Only if you want to know the directory, you can run the present working directory. pwd. So this will show you the present working directory of yours. Let me give about the name as present working directory. So you have another option called as cd. When you run this, it will change the directory and it will show you to the main local file, where you can see here it directly came to the my main local file. Again, if you want to redirect it to the particular file path, you have to copy this. Means you can copy the path from here also directly. Anything is fine, but I would like to copy from, it was available there, so I am directly copying from there. And I'll run this. So it is changing the directory to that particular file again. Now I'm creating a variable called as f, or you can create anything. You can even type file. File is equals to open the name of the file you want and in read mode. So when you run it in read mode, it will definitely give you an error because there is no file present in that particular directory. You can see here yt.txt. Is there any name called as yt.txt? No, when you run it in read mode, you will get an error. How to solve this? So there is an option called as write mode. When you use W, it will be considered as a write mode. In write mode, that particular file will automatically get created. Now you see how started the write mode, and you can see here immediately the yt.txt file is reflected here. If you want to write anything into that particular file, how you are gonna write? f.write is the option, and I have already written here a text. Hello all, subscribe my channel for more videos related to Python or even some other tech. So when I run this, it will be, you can see here, it is showing you how much space it is occupied, 46 in the indexing format. It will even consider this space also as an, this particular space also as an value. Keep that in mind. So now what will happen? Now I have already inputted the text into that particular file. So if I open this, will it run? It is showing you the blank because It is still in the running phase and it did not get saved. If you want it to get saved, you have to use something called as f.close. When you run this and open it again, you can see here it is getting reflected here. F.close, you should always use this. So I hope this video is going to be very small, I guess. So these three things you should always keep in your mind if you're gonna create a new file and write also. Now if you remove your W and if you give R, it will run. Run it. It is considering that as a read mode. I am closing that file for now. So that is the one way or a functional way of writing a particular code. There is another alternative method where you can directly write the particular code. That is nothing but you have to use f.percentile. Sorry, percentile. Let me delete this and again write for you all. Select this and again here I'll write percentile write file yt1.txt. I want to write this particular file. So here I want to write writ write all as data. Here I want to write all data here. Do subscribe my channel. Okay, I have already written do subscribe my channel. So I'll give here as comment below if you like my video. If you don't like also, you can obviously comment, but I'm just telling you all. So if I run this, it is writing. Now it is writing. Is that invalid arguments file mode with io.open OS error. Okay. Is it giving OS error? I guess this is the error. Let me remove this and let me run it again. I guess it's already written also. Let me to check it out once. No. yt1.txt is not written yet. Okay, fine. I have given here a slash. This is the error I am getting. If I run this, yeah, it is writing. Now it is already written also. And one more thing, here in this functional method, you have to use something called as f.close. Okay, this should be at up. F.close. But here you don't need to use f.close. It will automatically close by itself. See, you can see here it is automatically written and even it is automatically reflected here also. Let me to close the notebooks. These are one options. And now let us go to something called as f.seek. So I guess seek will give you as an unexpected arguments. Okay, fine. Now let me write again in the functional format itself here. Thing dot write non-writable. Okay, when you are running it read mode, it cannot write. Okay, fine. I'll give it as a write mode. Right. Right. Again 46 it is getting implemented. Now if I give f.tell, it is showing me that how many indexing available there. F.seek. Why seek is not running? Okay. F.seek is throwing me an error. Fine. I'll let you know about f.seek. Let me try once again. Seek. Seek. Seek is giving an unexpected error. Right mode. I have not closed it. Expect at least a argument. Okay, fine. I have to give some argument inside this 4. If I run this, yeah, okay. What is giving me 4, 6? This f dot seek is just okay. I guess it is just showing me the indexing format. Let me to check about the seek. This is another function you can use. So you have already created a file, you have written the text. Now how to delete the file? If you want to delete a file, there is no like a particular command or else particular dot format to create a particular file, or I mean to delete a particular file. For that, delete or to remove, for that you have to import a particular library called as import OS. So OS, you don't need to install it. I mean, you don't need to install this OS library. It will be pre-built in your laptop itself. Now I can use os.remove. Which file should I remove? I have to give here the file name which I want to remove. I want to remove yt1.txt. If I run this, I guess it's removed. Yeah, see, you can see here it is removed. Now I'll run again for yt. I just want to remove even yt also. Process because another process. Okay, I guess I did not close that particular file. Not close. Now if I run this, yeah, you can see here even the yt is getting removed. So this is another option to delete the particular file. If you want to, again, if there is another command called as to get the current working directory. Also in OS there is a command os dot. If I give a tab, you can see here what and all commands you can access in this particular this one: director entry, duplicate, environment, Excel, decode, fs path, get env, get login, mapping, make dir. If you want to make a directory, there are many things you can use it. Now I'm just gonna use something called as get cwd. I want to know the get current working directory. It's giving me in the form of a function. Okay. So you can see here it is giving me the current working directory path now again. So there are 3 to 4 methods you can get the directory location using those commands. You can use any of those commands. It is of your wish. And let me to check out another command which is os dot list of directories. And if I open and close this and run, you can see here it will show you all the files available in that particular directory: Python, yt1.ipynb. These all are, I guess these 3 are already available in the Jupyter Notebook. 3 to 4 are already available in my Jupyter Notebook, where you can personally check out. This will just show you the particular things which are available in that particular directory. Only these things you should remove. Remember, nothing else. You have to remember ls, pwd, cd to change the directory. Yeah, let me to show you another thing. Now I'll remove this path and I'll run this. By default, it will be considering as user 123 SCA. This is the default path where this system directory is set. When you don't give any path, it will directly go to the default path. Remember this. And f is equals to open. So you're in writing mode and reading mode. We have discussed about that. There is another method called as r plus. That one we'll discuss later. R plus is nothing but read plus write mode. If you run that, you can even read also, even you can write also. Let us see now once. I'll run this in r plus. There is no search directory. Okay, before that we have to create a directory. I guess w read mode. Now that particular file is created. Now I'll give r plus and run it. Now if I previously, let me tell you, previously that file has got deleted. A second. When I run this, I guess the file should get affected here. ITTXT1, okay, f.close. Again, let me to run this now. Okay, let me to change the name. Okay, I guess I have changed the directory. Okay. I have changed the directory, right? So it is showing me my default path. Now where it is saved now. Let me to show you with this here. Yeah. Where is it? Where is that command? Yeah. ys dot list of directory. See here, I guess yt. Here you can see yt.txt, yt123.txt. So those files are getting created, but these all are got created in my default directory. So these all are the things available in my default directory. It got created, and even you can run in read plus write mode. Let me to run directly. I don't want to change again the directory right now. Yeah, I have not written anything in that particular file. Let me show you if you want. Now I'm running yt123, right? See here, nothing is written in this. If I even use f.close, also nothing is written in that. I'll give r plus. It is read plus write mode. Done. Now this is getting executed. Now I'll give f.close. And now if I open that particular file, you can see here it is even considering read plus write mode. So friends, that's all. These all are the commands you should remember. Import OS and everything. If you did not understand, again go through this video once again. If you are feeling confused, you will understand it very well. So video 18 of Python series. Firstly, let me just tell you all a basic information about logging. Don't need to worry, there will be a detailed video, detailed article on logging, and even a detailed article on debugging. So here I'm just gonna give you a basic definition overview, that's all. Logging is a mainly used to capture whatever data or login you perform in particular app or a project. So logging is nothing but if you want to perform any task or any object, so if you get any error or if you even just click on anything, that should be saved somewhere, right? So that is nothing but it is gonna save in a logging info. Normally logging cannot be used in the particular desktop, so but it is normally in the standard way it is used on the SQL, MongoDB or any other cloud servers. So let's no need to worry about that I'll explain you all when we start an end-to-end project related to Flask or Django on Python. That time I'll explain you all about the cloud also and in detail. Now let me just show you all how to save the logging files in the particular PC itself and how you can perform logging. Just this is a practical way of explanation, that's all. So firstly you have to import logging. You don't need to remember anything. If you just type one line and one word, and if you just type the tab, you will get the automatically the particular keyword you want to. I am just saving it as an alias. Import logging as LG. So it got imported, and also we need to import OS also. These are the inbuilt files, library files. You don't need to separately install them using pip. It will be already present in your particular PC. So I already told you all about the some important OS commands you should know before you come into this logging video. If you don't know that, you can check out my previous video which is the important OS commands of Python. So in that, one of them is list ls. If you just type for ls, you will get the files present in that particular directory and even the directory path. So for better understanding, you can refer out the previous video. So this is my particular file or path which I am present at now. So now what is the task is that we are going to create a logging now. So for that, I don't want this particular directory to be used because already there are multiple files are present. So I'm going to just create a new directory, os.mk. I'll press again tab. So you got the make dir and double quotes. So I want to create the folder name called as log. That's it. Let me run this. So let me show you all whether the file is there or not for your confirmation. This is my desktop here. Yeah, this is the file. These are the previous series code files. Whichever videos are uploaded, all the entire code is present here. And even in the GitHub also, you can see here the file is created log. So to check now we are at which directory. So we can use pwd. Pwd is nothing but present working directory. So we are in the Python YT folder. We are not at entered to the log folder. So to enter to the log folder, you have to just use a command called os.chd and press tab. Chdir, change directory, open a brace, then os.gt tab. Okay, get tab. So it's nothing but get current working directory. So it is going to copy the current working directory and it is gonna append to my particular folder which I have created. Plus I want to enter into the log folder. So run this, it got run successfully. So let me to show you all whether it got run. Yeah, let us again type pwd for that. So you can see here the difference here. This is the folder and here you can see it entered to the log folder. Okay. Now let's not waste our time. Let's try to insert some data and let's try to create a log file now. Before that, let me tell you, in logging, there are 5 standard levels of loggings. Number one is debug. Debug is nothing but just to debug the code, what are the errors, and to check the code. And info is nothing but to save the code, what and all are you are typing, and even just a click. Let me give you an example of Flipkart. If you are searching for a phone, just if you click on a particular phone image, that each and every click will get saved in their particular database. Because of that only, when you again open the Flipkart, you will get the recommendation of that phone if you have observed or not. Because it is, if you're clicking something, it should be saved somewhere, right? So it is saving in their particular cloud database. Each and every one click is called nothing but an info, which is getting saved there. Another thing is warning. When you are writing, executing a code, you will get some warning, right? Some EOLF warning or something. So all these warnings will automatically get replicated to the warning file. And errors, what and all errors you make, systematic error, logical error, keyword error, all those will get replicated to the errors file. I mean, reverted to errors file. And critical, even critical is also same. What all the critical mistakes you make. So let's create a file now. lg dot. So basic configuration we need, basic config. If you just type the tab, you will get it out. file name equals to, and now I want to create a file name, so I'll give the file name as ytlog. Okay, no need log, we are gonna save it in log format only. yt.log. So let us save this, and we are gonna give the logging level as level. We should give no. Is it better? Yeah, let us give logging level as now level is equals to lg dot. So I'm gonna save it in the form of info in. it's capital. Both are fine, capital or small, but I like to use capital info. Now the format should be, we are just trying to save the information. So I just took the info now. So format is nothing but in which format or which way you want in a particular way. So now I want even the time and date to be reflected. For that I use normally ASC type, time, and we are saving it in a string. So we give it as S, again percentile, and now we want the message to be reflected here. And again we give S here. Now let us run this. It got run successfully. You can see the file here. Let me to open it. So you can see here the particular log file is created. Before this, let me to open this and show you all. See, it is empty now. Nothing is present in this file. I'm minimizing this now. Let me to type something. lg.in info. I'll say that hey subscribers, let us run this. So without any warning, it got run successfully. Now let us open this and see. Boom, you can see that there is a date, time with the seconds, and then you have the code here. Hey subscribers, what are the message we have typed? So it got reflected. So this is for info. Now if you want to give warning level, so lg dot tab again, wa warning. So here I'll give a better warning for you all. Warning. Subscribe my channel. So let's run this. Even the warning got executed. So let us check with that also. You can see here, warning, subscribe my channel. So everything is working fine. Warning is over. Let us give an again error also. lg dot tab error came. This is, so if we run this, I hope this will also be executed successfully. So LG, this is an error message. You can see here everything is running fine. So let me tell you all one more thing. These particularly this in the standard way of coding, you cannot like run like this LG and everything. Even you cannot use Jupyter Notebook in the standard way of coding or statistical way of coding, deployment coding. In the end-to-end app development coding, you have to use either PyCharm or VS Code, which is fully furnished, fully fledged coding IDE. Jupyter Notebook, you can even execute in Jupyter Notebook, but you cannot perform the operations properly. There you can perform end-to-end, and even the logging will be automatically saved in a log file. So normally loggings will not be saved in your PC. It will be saved in the cloud in the form of in SQL or else SQL database or else in MongoDB or in Cassandra or any databases. In any multiple databases, in any databases it will be saved. So for each particular level there will be one database. For logging there will be multiple databases in logging only. So for basic configuration, okay. For info there will be one separate database. For warning there will be separate database. For error there will be separate database. Even for critical and debug also. They'll maintain each and everything with separate database so that if you are coding something and if you live in middle or if you leave that particular project in the middle, the person who is coming in behalf of you or else who is replaced by you, he should understand that where you are making error and how you have written the code, right? So they maintain this logging format. No one is going to tell you that you should type the logging for the code or anything. It should be your habit that you are going to type the logging for each and every time you code. Okay. So It will be normally logging will be normally mainly used with the help of exception handling. So we'll discuss about exception handling when we go to exception handling video. That will be, I guess, after another 1 or 2 videos. There I'll explain you all in detail. But for your better understanding, now I just want to show you all how to do with the help of exception handling. If you hear a new keywords like try, except, catch, don't get confused. We'll discuss about that in detail in the exception handling. Now just I'll code with the help of exception handling. Actually, I don't want to take this without the exception handling, but if I show you like this, you all might be thinking that logging is nothing but it is just to insert some data with the help of the code. But that is not the real scenario. So I just wanna write a code for you all. Let me to take a def function. Def, I'll take yt only. Yt as my class name. A comma B, easy code, don't need to tension. So here we normally continue with the code. We should not continue like that. Now here we have to use try. Okay, try, except, catch or exception handling blocks. Don't worry, we'll discuss about that. Try lg dot info string a. So we are performing with the string operation, right? So we are giving string a plus string b. So we are using div symbol. Div is equals to a slash b. So if we are dividing that particular a b, so even we need a return, right? So we are taking our return div. So this is done now. Return is done. Now we are gonna accept. So before this, let me to directly run the code and show you all. I'll copy this only without using try block. I am telling you all. This one, then enter. Equals to a slash b return div. Run this code. So it got run successfully. So now yt, I'll give 1 comma 0. I accept that, yeah, 0 division error. You got the 0 division error because it will take to the infinity loop, and 1 divided by 0 it's not possible. So you're getting an 0 division error. How we are gonna stop this exception? We don't want this exception to be here. So we don't want this error to come here, but we want this error to be saved in the log format. So for that we use this exception handling code. That I'll explain you all in detail. For now, just understand this. I'll explain you all this code also. So now try is done. Now we want to accept. Accept exception as E. We are taking it as an alias. That's it. Alias. Okay. As E, print there is an error. Check the log file. Okay. This is done. Then we are gonna take lg dot error. Error has occurred. Okay, this should be in a string. Error occurred, and we are gonna just accept it. lg dot exe exception, and we are gonna take it in the form of str string. We are gonna save it in the log file as a string. Let us run this code, and now again let me to run this one. So there is error. Check the log file. So let us go to the log file and check it. We'll directly open this yt log. So you can see here error division 0, error division error occurred. So this is the particular file which I have worked now, which error I got now. So this one I have just typed as a lg.error code. I have mentioned the detail, and then I have copied the particular error what I was getting reflected. So this is that one. Here nothing but this a and b are nothing but strings. We are trying to store this also in the log format if we get an error. So I hope you all understood this. What is this logging? So if you have not understood this, don't worry, check out the article once. Still, if you are getting confused with the logging, refer my video once more. And if you are not able to understand anywhere, you can connect to me on LinkedIn and you can ping me where you was not able to understand. I'll definitely try to explain you all, and I'll definitely try to explain in a better way.
On series. Previously, I have told you about the debugging, but I don't feel that debugging requires a separate video. If you have a PyCharm, there is an debugger which is automatically with the PyCharm. With the help of that debugger, you can automatically debug the code. I don't think that you require a separate coding for debugger. So now let us start with exception handling. Exception handling, as I have previously told, I'm not going to provide you all any detail, information, meaning, etc. In this video is mainly about core coding. So if you want the detailed information and example codes and everything, so we have personally written an article related to exception handling. That particular article link will be in this video description. You can refer out that article for detailed understanding. So what is exception handling? Exception handling is nothing but if you have any code and you want to just give some exception to it, or if there is an error in that particular code and you want to just handle it, handle is nothing but exception. So then we use this particular concept called exception handling. So this is video 19. Let's go with the coding now. So there are mainly four main exception handlers. Those are try, except, finally, and rise. In Python, except is there, but in other languages like in Java or in C++, it is try and catch block. They use the catch block. In Python, we use the except block. Okay, this is the only difference with other languages and in Python. So let's start with the code now. Try is equals to b except, so if a is equals to b, then print no value for b. So if I run this, obviously you will get an exception because we have not defined this particular a is equals to b. So I'll show you what will happen if I run this one separately here. See, you can see here b is not defined, but here what it is happening, it is trying to execute the code. When the code is getting failed, it's going to the except and it is printing whatever it is there. So this is not the correct way, I guess, right? If we know that there is gonna be an error, then why we should write the code? Like, you're understanding me. If you know that already you're gonna get the error, then why you want to separately write a code to get the error? So how can you catch this particular error? I'll show you how we can do that. For that we use something called as exception. So now here only I'll try to change try. Now let's go with exception. Except, so exception as E. Now if I print E, what will happen now? See, name B is not defined. I have not given anything like print or something. In a generic way we can use print, but when you are an experienced code you should not even use print, remember that. So here you can see that I know that if here B I'm gonna get the error, so I have given a print statement so that I'll get this one. But here I don't know that because of B I might get the error, but it automatically catches the exception and it has given me the exception. It did not raise the error, but it has just given the particular information of the error in this exception only. So this is the use of try and except block. Did you understand? So let us go with another advanced example now. Example 2. Try a is equals to 5 and b is equals to 6. So a plus b. Okay, let us define c also. C is equals to a plus b. So now what it is gonna print? Except exception as E. So what it is gonna print? Print E. Anyone can tell me what it is gonna print? So it is just gonna try and it's gonna get successful. Okay, wait a second. You are not getting any error because the code is running successful. Before that I want to show you that what exception you might get here. So I'll use for this a string. Now if I run this, see, cannot concatenate string not int. So string plus integer we cannot be concatenating it, so you are getting this error. Let us try this same code outside and see what error you will get if you try normally without using try and exception block. Okay, indentation error. Okay, wait a second. B, C. Okay, now you can see here cannot concatenate string and integer. You can see here same error you are getting. So this is the main use of exception handling. So try block is over, else block is over. Now exception block is over. Now we are left out with else block. Let us change the same thing. Let us continue this same code here itself. So I'll take else print code is running successfully. Code is running and then let's run this. Okay, so I haven't changed anything here, right? I'll give it as 5 only. So in exception you are getting can only concatenate string not integer, right? So now let us run this. You can see here code is running. So this is the use of try, except and else block. So with the help of this you can easily write the code. So let's go with some advanced code now. If we want to use the else block you can use it here also. For example, like let's go with the final block and then let us end this one code. So today in this video we are gonna just discuss about try, except and else block. So example 3. So before that I want to just say you all that what and all errors you can accept. You cannot accept every errors, right, in a particular code. So you can only accept attribute error, EOF error, name error, runtime error, stop iteration, syntax error, indentation error, type error and value error, and then zero division error. You cannot accept any other error apart from this. Then the code itself will become a wrong. Entire the coding this one which you are coding will become wrong. Only these all the errors which you can accept using the exception and which are valid if you are taking this particular code. Okay, so let's go with the final example now. Example 3, let's take it as try. A is equals to int input, enter a number. Okay, so let's take now b is equals to int input, enter a number. Okay, so we are going to take this 2. Now what we can do is c is equals to a plus b. Okay, this is what is gonna run now. Then we are gonna just accept as exception, accept exception as e. Now if I print e here, it's done, right? And then when it gives an exception, then it should show me something, right? Okay, then yeah, I'll remove this from here and I'll give at the else block at the down print a plus b. So let's go with 4 5. So it is giving you 4 plus 5 9. So it is going to this particular try code, and it is, if the code is successful, it is not going to the exception, it is not executing this particular exception, and it is directly going to the else block. And in the else block you can see that you are getting the output here. So let us try once more. Let's try, I'll give for this SAI. You can see here, as soon as you enter for the first only, it is first particular integer only, or it is giving for a variable only, it is giving that invalid error. It is directly going to the exception. So let's run this again. 5, and here I'll give s, enter. See, you can see here it is trying to catch the exception and it is printing the exception. So this is just a basic examples for try, except, and then else block. You can even use else block in this particular try, accept, and etc. So, or else you can even use elif also. For that I'll discuss you all detailedly in the next video, part 2, exception handling part 2. And in this video we are going to discuss about finally block and rise block. So it's not going to be a very big video, and finally block and rise block is a bit easier. Actually exception handling is easier, only you guys are making it complicated by understanding it, trying with the complicated things. First try to use the easy code. When you understand the easy code, you can easily understand the complicated code also. It's not a big deal. So let's not waste our time, let's dive into the topic. Before that, as usual, if you have any errors related to Python or any technical queries related to SQL, MongoDB, or any other language, here is my LinkedIn icon where you can click on LinkedIn. It will be directed to my LinkedIn page. You can follow me and you can connect me. If you have any errors, you can personally message there. And even there is an Instagram icon where if you click on that, you will be redirected to my Instagram. You can follow me and you can message me there also. So let's not waste our time, let's dive into the topic of exception handling. So this all was the previous video where we have discussed about try, except and else. So just for your basic revision, try is nothing but where in this block we just try to execute the code. If the code fails, it goes to the except, and in the except it takes the exception and it will not print the error. Instead it will try to save the exception of the error and it will try to print the exception information. And we have even discussed about else also. If the code is running fine, we should have a else block, right? So we have even discussed about else also. So now let's go to finally block. So this is only just for your understanding, because I'll be uploading this particular Jupyter Notebook in the GitHub, right? So this is video 20, and in this we are gonna discuss about part 2, finally and rise block. Okay, so these both also should be commented, right? Yes. Let's not waste our time, let's dive into the topic. So finally is nothing but whatever you type, whether the code is correct or wrong, even the code is having some error, it doesn't think about it. It will directly rise and it will successfully run the code. So let's discuss that with an example now about finally. Like example, try f. We'll take with the same example of the above, right? It's very easy for us. Let me to take like a is equals to int input value, b is equals to input value. So these both are done, right? Now let's go with except exception as e, and let's print e. Okay, and let's now go to finally block. Finally print code is executed. With no errors. Let's run this now. So value 1 will give as 7, value 2 will give as 8. So it is giving that code is executed with no errors. For your understanding, let's write even here else block also. Else print a plus b. Okay, let's run this again. 7, 8. So it is giving you the value, else block is also getting executed, and even finally also is getting executed. So this is fine, the particular answer is fine. So code is running successfully. There is a reason for printing that code is running successfully with no errors. Now let us run this again. Here now if I give here 5, and here if I give letter, enter, see it is giving you the exception, invalid illiteral. So it's catching the exception, and exception block is getting executed, else block is not getting executed. But to finally block is getting executed. It just means that whether there is an error or there is an code is in error or in success. The particular output you will definitely get if you enter in finally. So finally is used rarely, it is not used much in the industry. Only if you have some condition that where you want some answer compulsory, then you are using finally. You will get to know when you go deep into the finally and when we start our projects. Now let's go with something called as rise. So rise is nothing but it will only rise the exception if the conditions, rise is mainly used for conditions. If you are giving some conditions and if the conditions are not satisfied, only then it will rise the exception. So that also let us discuss with an detailed example. I hope that for finally you don't need another example because it's very easy. You just need to understand that whether it is error or the code is running successful, finally block will definitely get executed. Okay, so let's go with exception, this one rise option, rise block. So for rise we'll take something different. We are not going to use try and except block for rise. So here again I'll take a is equals to int input. Some of them might ask that you can directly copy the above one, right? But I just want to type the code because you all should understand the code. So only I am typing along with you all. Enter the number. B is equals to int input. Enter the number. Done. So now let us take something different. C is equals to, we'll take the same example only, a plus b. If you understand this, you can easily perform for others also. I want to give that different option as a task for you all. If C is less than 50, if C is less than 50, rise exception value is less than 50. So this is the use of rise, one thing, and again I'll just try to give you all 2 to 3 conditions so that it will be very easy for you all. So now what we have to use? We are using if means what we have to use? Else. I want to write another 2 conditions. Pause the video and comment. I have to use else or elif. Okay, so let's go ahead. Elif, we have to use elif. C is less than 100. Rise exception as less than 100. Done. Now finally this is the last condition I have to use, so I cannot use elif here, so I have to use else. Print code is above 100. So let's run this. Now what we will get, so let us try to execute. I'll give 100, enter 1. So what you are getting, it's directly not getting, it's not executing if block, it is not executing else block, it's directly going to the else block and giving you the code is above 100. So the condition is satisfied. So rise and these both rise conditions are not satisfied, so it is not executing that. So again let us execute the same code. Now we will give something like 5 and here I'll give 15. So you can see here it is giving you the exception value is less than 50. So why is it giving? Normally if you try to execute it, you will not get this kind of error. You will directly get the output, but it is giving you the rise exception. It is raising the exception. It is raising the error saying that value is less than 50. So with the help of rise, we can customize the exceptions. We don't like if you want exception somewhere, you want the conditions to be somewhere, and if the condition is false, you want it to rise the exception, rise the error, then you can use this particular rise block. Okay. So now the again same I'll execute for 100 also. Let us take now the first enter number will be 45 and second number will be 25. Enter. So you can see here it is raising the exception for 100. So that's all. This is just a basic concepts of exception handling. I took 2 videos for this because I want you all to understand detailedly, and let us go slowly, and I want to like make you all understand in detail. I don't want to hurry fast and I don't want to complete the code faster.